What is going on, everybody? Voidlego here, back with a brand new episode of Higurashi When They Cry. Last time around, Kechi decided to confess his sins to the other girls about him shooting kids while he was bored. But during that confession, he gets memories of Chapter 1 and of the sins he committed during that, of not trusting his friends and of murdering Mion and Lena. And even though he murdered Lena still held out hope for him, which causes us, the viewer, to realize Kechi in Chapter 1 was exactly like Rena in Chapter 6 right now. Him going into entire paranoid downward spiral of distrusting everything and everyone, suspecting every single little thing that was out to get him. And it made out us as the biggest fools in that sense. Definitely me, 100% me. And it's quite crazy now, the whole director thing of like, people have mentioned to me multiple times like how director can mean multiple things, like coach, manager, someone in power. And I always thought, oh, okay, that's an interesting Japanese tidbit of like that word can mean many different things. Or in actuality, probably just means that. It probably just meant coach as in Ire. Or, director of the clinic. And now that line, the director would be so proud of you, joining baseball makes sense because Ire is the coach. And the syringe was a pen instead of a syringe. And Kechi imagined that. And that was his punishment because what happened to Tomoki. And, like Mion said, Tomoki as well. Which caused me to have a breakdown in just my complete logic of this whole game, really. Every theory I came up with was based off that foundation, and it's all falling apart by now. Later on, we eventually meet back up with Rena. Oh, and in the background, the Sonozaki and the police decide to mend communications, and Oshi, found out that, wow, he got tricked into believing this whole fantastical story created by Takano. Rena then comes to Kechi's house, and she says to Kechi that tomorrow she's going to end all of this. She's going to end the plan to bring back Oshiro-sama, to revive Oshiro-sama from this cult, which is very worrying indeed. Another thing to mention is, remember early in the chapter how Kechi, someone pointed this out to me, how Kechi talked about like, man, it sure is boring. I hope aliens show up, and well, in one of his mind, aliens did show up and took over the village, quote unquote. Which is, it harkens back to Chapter 3 with the whole volcano explosion killing everyone. Which is very weird. And also, still don't know the whole deal with Rika. We don't know the whole deal with Rika. Rika is the biggest, right now, in my opinion, Rika is the most mysterious character we know of. There's some type of loop to this village. There has to be some type of loop. And Rika says, oh, she's been alive for hundreds of years, which could mean, she's been in a loop for hundreds of times. But what's causing this loop? How come it's only Rika who could understand it, but now Kechi is gaining memories from previous cycles, which is very interesting. Right now, I looked back on the previous chapters. There is something going on. I don't know what it is. I don't think any of the main cast, of girls are involved in it. That, I'm going to just put my foot down right there. That was the biggest problem we made last time. It's faking the girls were in on it. They aren't right now. It could be one of two things. Once again, 50-50 questions. It could be all coincidence, or someone's behind it. Maybe not the director, Maybe it's someone completely different we still have no idea about, but still, someone killed Tomiki and Takano. Now, here's the thing with Tomiki. I think Takano killed Tomiki. That's the only conclusion I can come to. But, well, it suggests he got beaten up by a group of people. I don't know. Takano killed Tomiki in some way, as we learned in Chapter 3, of course. And then later on, Takano was killed by being strangled to death and burned alive and all that. And once again, 24 hours. Well, man, that could just be an autopsy error. But there's still something going on. There's Takano is on the suspect list. Takano is definitely on the suspect list because I don't think she's just an occult fanatic that's making up all these stories for no reason, or maybe it's her hobby. But she's in Hinazawa for some reason, because there's just something off about her. There's always been something off about her, especially that one scene in Chapter 3. That one fucking scene still bothers me. It still bothers me. So there is something going on. There has to be something going on. What that is, who's behind it, I got no idea. I got not an inkling, not a single idea. But anyway, let's finally get into the chapter. First, the tip. Last night.
もう明日なのです。ん？ああ、私たちの命日？
Redie, huh?
今回も同じ顛末なのです。そうかしら。よく似てるけど、いろいろと違うところもあったわ。ケイチ、前のことを覚えてたし。そんなことはありえないのです。覚えているわけ、いや、知っているわけはないのです。
You could know.
あんたが絶対にありえないと言ってくれればくれるほど、じゃあこれは本当に奇跡なんだって思えるわね。どうせ今回もおしまいです。おしまい。もうすぐ終わる。全部終わる。そう。日暮らしの泣く頃に。
Oh boy. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens and you get a six twice or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. That's a fact of statistics. But when you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood that the number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. There are 5,000 different futures you can create by throwing a die 1,000 times. There might be one future among them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Kechi showed me a miracle and taught me that it's not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give in to something like an average.
イラつく背中を見せるわね。どうせ今回もダメだろうって、そういう哀愁でいっぱいよ。私だってどうせダメだろうと思ってる。でもね、最後のサイコロを投げるまで私は諦めない。圭一が教えてくれた。今回は何かが違うの。だからそれを信じてみる。リカは本当に強いのです。まあね、あんたよりはずっと若いし。リカ？みー、こんな時間に起きてて
夜更かしはダメでございましてよ。
ごめんなさいなのです。寝苦しかったので星を見ていただけなのですよ。もう寝ますです。
そうなさいませ。おやすみリカ。
おやすみなのです、さとこ。
Interesting. We. Okay, so this other person or entity is a part of Wika somehow. It from that conversation, it seems like they're the ones creating this loop somehow in order to get a different ending, which is very interesting. I wonder what the ending they're trying to get. What ending are they trying to get? Are they trying to get an ending where Rika doesn't die? Is from what I can tell, that's, well, I mean, there's actually two constants. Tomiki always dies, and I guess Rika always dies, and the ending they're trying to get is one where she doesn't die. It's interesting. Why is that? Why a time loop? What ending are they trying to get if they've been doing this for hundreds of times, and how the hell are they doing it, huh? I don't know, but let us continue. Walking with only me onto school made me miss one a lot.
どうしたのさ、ケイちゃん。さっきからキョロキョロしてさ。
なんでもないよ。
It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Wenna meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. Couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Wenna thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife.
大丈夫だって。レナがそんな短絡的なことをするわけないよ。まあ仮にそうでも自分の身くらい守れるからね。
Mion said it blithely as if trying to tell me that she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her, because I knew exactly what Wenna was going for. Wenna must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she was going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action. But I couldn't deny the possibility either.
それよりおじさんが気にかかるのは、どうしてレナが急に変になっちゃったのか、その理由の方だね。
Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy. But I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh because it was a really stupid thing. But once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease, if you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died.
親戚にお医者がいてね、ちょっと聞いてみたんだけど、脳とかに腫瘍ができて、たまたまそれが珍しいところだったりすると、性格が急に変わったり、普段と別人みたいになってしまうことがあったりするんだって。大昔はこの病気が悪魔つきや狐つきなんて呼ばれて、オカルト的に脚色されてたこともあるんだってさ。
ってことはつまり脳という体の一部に起きた肉体的な病気ってわけか。
今回に関しては精神的と捉えてもいいかもしれないね。レナは リナ鉄平殺しの後かなり動揺していて心が不安定になってた時期があった。そんな時期に大石のバカタレが富武さんたちの事件を大げさに吹き込むもんだから。
大石さんって人もさ、高野さんのスクラップ帳に少し似てるとこがあるかもな。
へえ、どの辺が？
なんていうのかな、ひなみ沢村連続開始事件というものが存在しているというあたりについて盲信しているというか、現に5年連続で起こってるのにこんなことを言うのもなんだけど、俺さ、もともと連続事件なんて存在しないんじゃないかって思ってる。
It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connected those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I try to keep my distance from Rona when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Himizawa? Takano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old, cruel history. She made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Oshi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making them interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Oshi-san believed in the same delusion as Wena.
その辺にはさ、何かあるごとに黒幕のように振る舞う園崎家の責任もあるんじゃねえのかな。この村では何かおかしなことがあれば全て園崎家の暗躍、それで決着をつけられてしまう魔法の言葉になっちゃってるんだよ。例えて言えばほら、この世の現象は全てプラズマで説明できるみたいな感じだよ。
ほう、つまりそれは何を、園崎家が全部悪いってわけ？
そうだ、お前が全部悪い。よってお前の名前は今日からプラズマミオンと呼ぶ。うわ、なんだかレスラーみたいな名前だな。
はあはあ、プロレスラー大いに結構。そうだけいちゃん、コブラツイストって知ってる？
やめろ、このクソ熱いのに絡みつくな。いてててやー。
おはようございますですわ、ケイチさん。おはようなのです。
Sadako and Rika-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Lena's absence. Chi-sensei was going to be here soon, and she started morning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then.
ねえ、今日は臭い。バーカ、窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
It smelled like gasoline or something. It really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Their school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes.
いやいや、こんなの大したことないって。いつだったかな、貝塚いぶきを剪定した枝葉をトラック山盛り何杯分か運び込んできたことがあってさ、あれはひどかった。あの独特の刺激臭は頭痛を起こさせるよね。
貝塚いぶきって何ですの？みー。 お野菜の名前なのです。たまにカレーに入ってますのですよ。
今度スーパーに行ったら探してみろ。
よくわかんないけど、最初はリカとケイチさんに毒味をさせた方が良さそうでございますわね。
あれ俺たちのボールがね王女、お前がまた隠したんだろう。
They always seem to be looking for their ball for a while and they yelled at Sadako.
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
ほらほら、先生来たよ。みんな席に着きな。
はい、皆さん席についてください。
I kept thinking about Lena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Lena do alone against them? Man lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Lena would try to break into their house with a knife. But I already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the corps that had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. It must have been the bodyguards. But according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion, she believes that the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rona didn't have much time left, thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win to come from behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are the group of fanatics, so she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place resembling the parasite as the Irei clinic. Rona suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did that mean she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. She believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantaged conditions. She might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But Lena sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. When it probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? Didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Lena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you wash your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, and her delusion, was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, I felt like Irei and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. Most of the board members happened to gather there for her to be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch break.
普段ならそんなバカなって言いたいところだけど、その可能性を全く否定できなくもないからね。本家に電話してみるよ。診療所にも人を配置するように言っとく。
Mion didn't jump to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call.
先ほどからなんだか物騒な話でございますけど、本当にレナさんがそんな恐ろしいことをなさいますの？診療所を襲うなんて信じられませんわ。
するかもしれない。しないかもしれない。でもな、怒っちまったらおしまいなんだよ。惨劇に抗うってことは起こさないように戦うってことなんだから。
何事もないことを祈りたいのです。
わかりました。若いのを2人ほど診療所に送ります。
まさかとは思うけどね。何をやらかすか分かったもんじゃない。
姿を見たら直ちにひっ捕らえてしまって構いませんか？
本当は嫌なんだけどな。どうしようね。
先日の会合で竜宮レナを確保して警察に引き渡すことで決着しています。ですのでひっ捕らえても一応筋は通ります。
うちの対面じゃなくてレナの心情的に気の毒だなってこと。できたら本当に静かに決着したいんだけどね。
まあお若いですから。人さえ殺さなければ大抵はごめんなさいで済みますよ。
じゃあアウトかもだ。
いえいえ、見つからなければセーフですから。セーフ。沖宮の界隈ではあの二人の失踪を気にする者はいません。
Yeah, no one gives a shit about those assholes.
何かのヤバい話を踏んで夜逃げしたんだろうということになっています。あの程度のゴロつき、次から次へです。ですからセーフ。
アウトだのセーフだの、私ら野球拳でもやってるわけ？まあいいや。それじゃあくれぐれもよろしくお願いします。
了解しました。ではひっ捕らえてよろしいんですね。
ちゃんとタッチアウトにするんだよ。クロスプレーなんかにしないようによろしく頼みます。
Couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chi-sensei was looking at me. No wonder she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chi-sensei put her spoon down and, with a sad look on her face, she asked the following.
今の電話は竜宮さんをめぐる話ですか？
まあはい。
園崎さん、竜宮さんはどうして家出をしちゃったんでしょう？お友達として何か知ってはいませんか？
It was hard for anyone to understand Wena's situation, except for me and Kei-chan. So most of them thought that Wena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oshi stupidly believed that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Wena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village, even used the town council's phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Wena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was to make up a story to retrieve Wena's honor after they detain her. How about this? Wena went for a walk, fell down and hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Oshi misunderstood something big time, and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oshi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. Had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I have to do was not to make a big deal about the situation, and to create an environment that allowed Wena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible.
大丈夫ですよ先生。レナは今ちょっと病気になってるだけです。それを警察の某ベテラン刑事が素敵に勘違いして話をややこしくしただけです。 まさか先生、レナが悪いことをして逃走中なんて信じちゃいないですよね。
それはもちろんですけど、でも家出することによってご家族におかけしている迷惑を考えれば悪くないということはありません。
She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. And that'd be the best story to go with.
何か悩みがあったのでしょうか。それに気づけなかった私は教師失格ですね。一度竜宮さんとじっくりお話がしたかったです。
先生、ちょっとヘビーに考えすぎです。もうちょっとリラックスリラックス。プチ家出なんて今時珍しくないですって。は
あ、竜宮さんがこのまま不良になってしまって悪いことを始めたらどうしましょう。
Higurashi-san becomes a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. He'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. Damn. What a chain of events. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. Damn, when you can't eat curry, dead. Just instant. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang.
はい、もしもし。ひなみ沢文庫でございます。
Chi-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change.
今どこにいるんですか?
What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rona. She called the school. Tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chi-sensei gestured at me not to come in. Chi-sensei acknowledged what Rona was saying several times, and then she looked up at the clock.
わかりました。今からすぐ行きます。先生との約束ですよ。
She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker.
院長、先生は休養ができました。しばらく表へ出ますので、みんなを自習させてください。
She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rona somewhere.
先生、今の電話はレナ。
以上です。よろしく頼みますよ、院長。
Chi-sensei completely ignored me and she ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window.
お疲れ様です。今のところ異常ありません。
違う。今出て行った先生の車を追って。多分行く先にレナがいる。
了解っす。
レナは警戒心が強いから注意してね。捕まえたら有無を言わさずに本家放り込んで葛西の指示に従うこと。私の友人だよ。怪我なんかさせたら許さないからね。
Rena must have told Chi-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. Could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. Did feel a little bad for wounding their promise. But it was very important that we caught her before she did something very wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and chased after Chi-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was pray that this would be settled calmly. Now, why would Rona... Why would Rona try to talk to Chi?
午後の授業は自習になったよ。というわけで、おとなしく席について何かやること。
自習?
Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly.
レナから電話があった。
本当か？
うん。ついさっき職員室に電話が。千恵先生が指定された場所に会いに行ったみたい。
レナのやつ、一体どういうつもりなんだ？
わかんない。とにかくうちの車に先生の後を追わせてる。レナには悪いけど、そこで踏んづかまえる。
うまくいくといいな。
荒ごとには慣れてる連中だよ。任せとこ。
Does this explain those two random guys at the dam site in chapter 1 that Kechi ran into? Honestly, I think that does. It would make sense if it was Mion's like bodyguards or whatever, trying to help Kechi and go back to his. Actually, that does make a lot of fucking sense.
じゃあ捕まえれば一件落着なのか？
だね。そしたらとりあえず病院に放り込むよ。きっと専門の医者が見たらなんだってくらいに典型的な何かの病気だよきっと。強迫性、心因性、ストレスなんたらとか、多分そんな感じのやつ。
While we were spending our afternoon sitting peacefully, the members of the Sonzaki family would capture Wanda, who was waiting for Chi-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. In the end, everybody who would understand that Wanda just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. Happy ending.
一件落着でしょ。
Mion winked at me. She looked like she had already thought everything was over. But that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chi-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chi-sensei had a good relationship with her. But I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chi-sensei. While I was thinking about it, the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. Oh, what the fuck with Rena?
Rena!
みんな起立起立、教室の真ん中に集まって。
Everyone gasped in surprise. Oh, son of a bitch, he drove her fucking away. Even Chi-sensei couldn't make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage.
みんな聞こえてない？教室の真ん中に集まって。机は周りにどけちゃってね。
Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying.
みーちゃん、委員長でしょ？みんなに指示して。
レナ、あんた何をやってんの？
BAM! A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous whipping noise. There's now a line of violence carved painfully into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. Chi-sensei's gonna get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell?
みーちゃんはやっぱりダメだね。じゃあケイチくんに頼むよ。ケイチくんだけは最後まで私の仲間なんだよね。だから信じていいんだよね。
Rena, your eyes. You look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that the person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too, and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you could still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same theory we were feeling towards Rena at the very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively.
ケイチ君、机をどけさせて教室の真ん中に広場を作って。
わかった。
What the fuck?
みんな、レナが言うのに従おう。
Lena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. When she did, I doubt she showed us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right. Just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Lena and Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make a space for Lena wanted it. Lena, saying that we were moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we looked at most in the school.
じゃあケイチ君、みんなのロッカーから縄跳びを出してもらえるかな。
What the fuck?
それを使ってみんなを後ろ手で縛ってね。
俺、縛るのとか下手くそなんだよ。多分上手に縛れないぞ。
後でちゃんと縛れているか全員のを調べる。ゆるい人はその場で殺しちゃうからしっかり縛ってあげてね。
We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. It's normal you would assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. But when Lena said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I never heard something like that before in my life. To Lena, our wives were like cards she could use for a negotiation. She get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it, why do we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just to accept an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers.
じゃあみんな、ケイチ君は後ろ手にどんどん縛っていって。きっちり縛るんだよ。ケイチ君は私の味方だもん。だからわざとゆるくなんか縛ったりしない。ね。
Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. And she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, and maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover her up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve this situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At the least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone.
従おう。
ケイちゃん。
Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at that time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump boots in my hands. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all.
ケイチ君にはまだまだ手伝ってもらうことがたくさんあるの。だから早くして。あんまり時間がかかると何人かが死んでしまうかもしれない。
Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die.
大丈夫だよみんな。ケイチ君がきっと助けてくれるから。だからきっと誰も殺されないよ。
Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chi-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. If only we realized something. I realized why Rena called Chi-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chi-sensei. Chi-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chi-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first. But there was risk there, as Chi-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chi-sensei and told her she wanted to talk to her in private and or to lure her out to some place far from here. Most people, including Chi-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chi-sensei must have thought Rena had some problem she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make that phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office. So it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she probably had been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chi-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was also actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I had been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chi-sensei because she thought Chi-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it! Everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I tied up the last person, and I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pained cries made me feel useless.
ありがとう、ケイチ君。ケイチ君 疑りはしないけど、一応全員を調べるね。圭一くんは頭の上で手を組んでうつ伏せに寝ててね。これは全員に言うけど、私の断りなく立ち上がったら殺す。本人も殺すし、見せしめでランダムにもう一人殺す。ランダムじゃよくないね。じゃあこうしよう。言うことを聞かなかった子と出席番号に銃を加えた子を殺すにしようかな。
Jesus.
例えば岡村くんが言うことを聞かなかったとする。そうすると出席番号11番渡辺くんが一緒に殺されちゃう。わかる？常に2人死ぬの。歯向かっても自分の命一つじゃ責任が取れないってこと、よーく胸に刻んでおくんだよ。
How awful. She totally understood how to friend people. Normally, you'd stand against attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. But if you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions.
全員ちゃんと縛れてるね。圭一くん、縛るの下手くそって言ってたけど結構うまいよ。自信持っていいよ。じゃあ圭一くんは立って。
It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Lena? Don't tell me this is all the come from behind victory you were talking about. Son of a bitch, man. God damn. Pretty much having the school hostage.
沖宮 TS より全社へ。沖宮 TS より全社へ。ひなみ沢営林署にて籠城事件発生。人質多数。全社は至急ひなみ沢営林署へ向かわれたし。
クマちゃん、遅れて申し訳ない。状況は？
ご苦労様っす。本日午後1時頃、ひなみ沢営林署内のひなみ沢分校区画にて教室占拠が発生しました。当時教室にいた生徒25名全員が拘束されている模様。犯人側の第一要求は営林署敷地内への一切の立ち入りの禁止と当保へのホットラインの確保です。
ってことは初めっから警察と交渉する気ってことですか？どういうつもりだ？
What the hell is Rana trying to ask for?
あと犯人は交渉人に大石さんを指名してます。犯人は竜宮玲奈。
竜宮さんが？わかりました。いいですよ。とことんお付き合いさせてもらいましょう。
Oh, she gave a crooked smile.
竜宮玲奈以外に犯人がいるか不明です。カーテンが閉められているので状況も一切確認できていません。
通報者に選挙時の様子は聞いてませんか？
いえ、竜宮玲奈からの直接の犯行声明でした。よって内部の状況は一切不明。担任は犯行直前に竜宮玲奈の電話呼び出しを受け遠方に呼び出された間の犯行でした。
計画的ですね。営林署側の人間は人質には？
今日は営林署職員は不在でした。よって生徒25名のみ。生徒数は担任が出席簿で確認した人数です。
それプラス犯人ってわけか。竜宮玲奈以外に犯人らしき人影は？
いえ、何度かカーテンから覗く人影がありましたが、いずれも竜宮玲奈本人でした。ですが規模他を考えて おそらく最低でももう一人二人はいると予想されます。
いや、単独犯かもしれませんよ。
Onawigu was a true believer in Mayo Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Onawigu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she could trust. However, Oshi had also believed in Mio Takano's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Onawigu.
おいさん、校長と担任です。
ああ、どうもどうも、千恵先生。大丈夫ですか?
Oshi went up to Chi-sensei, who was carrying with a handkerchief held up to her face.
レナちゃんはとても真面目ないい子なんです。こんなことをするなんて何かの間違いに決まっています。
マニュアル通りなら最近の竜宮さんの状況についてお聞きするところなんですがね。多分竜宮さんに限っては先生より私の方が詳しいように思います。まあ気を落とされずになんとか穏便に解決しますからご安心を。
Chi-sensei was settled over, and Oshi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation.
大石殿、よろしくお頼みしますぞ。もしできるなら人質の交換を申し出たい。ぜひ私と子供たちを交換していただきたい。
校長先生、それは私がやります。私が悪いんです。
先生方、どうかご自分を責められないでください。先生方には校内の状況についていろいろとお聞きしたいことがありますので、ご協力をお願いいたします。ボンジ君、図面の方で話を聞いてあげてください。
失礼します。1号車の無線に高杉課長です。
はいはい、もしもし。
Man, what a fucked up situation that has become more and more fucked up as time has passed, since this was one back in what, 2003, 2004 perhaps, and only with time has it become all too real.
大石さん、ご苦労さん。状況の大体は熊谷君に聞いたよ。犯人は未成年だそうだね。マスコミ規制の方を厳重に頼むよ。
分かってます。あと犯人側が私を交渉人に指定してきてるようですが、問題ありませんかね。
竜宮玲奈の件は先日の寄生虫の話以来よく知ってる。その流れなら犯人は君のことをまだ味方だと思ってくれているんだと思う。大石君以外には務まらない。くれぐれもよろしく頼むよ。
本当はすっごく嫌なんですがね。ちょっと今回はいろいろとお騒がせした責任を感じてますので、罪滅ぼしに一つお引き受けさせていただきます。
おいさん、車載電話に犯人です。竜
早速ご指名の電話が来ました。早速出ることにします。ありがとう。はい、もしもし、大石です。
大石さんですか?
Yeah, it's Bloodwood now, Jesus.
どうも、竜宮です。
どうもどうも、大石です。
車載電話って電波とかが悪いんですか？たまにちょっと聞こえにくくなりますね。
私と同じでね、定年間近なんですよ、きっと。
Hoshi and I exchanged friendly words. A long, long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom.
では本題に入りますね。まず最初にあなたが交渉人たる資格があるか確認します。
自信ないな。お伺いします。
大石さんは私の味方ですよね。
当然じゃないですか。あなたと私で園崎家の陰謀を暴こうじゃないですか。
Hoshi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Hoshi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do.
圭一君も一時期は私が言ってることを信じてくれなかったんだよね。でも今は信じるでしょ？
Kichi-kun was sitting on the floor, facing away from me with his head resting in his hands.
今はもう私の仲間で味方だもんね。
ああ、そうだ。
When I would go ask Ketchimaru if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Ketchimaru was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages?
前原さんも竜宮さんの味方なんですね。心強いことです。でもあなたも一時期前原さんを少し疑われていたじゃないですか。
うん。モデルガンの事件を聞いてなんて人だろうって思った。でも過去の事件で今を見損なっちゃいけない。それらを踏み台にして私たちはより良い理想の自分になれるように成長していかなくちゃならないんだから。
とてもいいことを言いますね。まさにその通りです。
だから私たちは許し合ったの。だから圭一君のことを私はもう疑わない。圭一君は仲間。
わかりました。ならばそれは私にとっても圭一君は仲間ということですね。圭一君に私がよろしくと言ってると伝えてください。
うん、後で言っておきますね。
圭一君にも新しい仲間としてご挨拶がしたいです。受話器に出てもらうことはできますか？
The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong?
いいよ。圭一君、大石さんから電話だよ。
I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone.
もしもし、前原です。
She sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Ketchimaru must have been pretending to follow one of Riku's orders.
どうもどうも、前原さん。沖宮署の大石です。この度はお世話になります。お互い頑張りましょ
う。はい。よろしくお願いします。
竜宮さんは今何をしてますか？
教室の中を歩いてますよ。
前原さん、イエスならはい、ノーなら A と相槌を打ってください。あなたは竜宮さんが何を要求しようとしているか知っていますか？
ええ。
The answer told me for sure. Ketchimaru wasn't one of Riku's accomplice. There's no way one wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what you wanted?
単刀直入にお聞きします。あなたは竜宮レナの味方？いえいえ、質問を変えます。あなたは竜宮レナに脅迫されて従っているふりをしている。
はい。
There you go. The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in victory.
犯人は竜宮レナの一人だけ？
はい。
She was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. Guess nobody else believed in talking those scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Ketchy. when I came back on the line.
ね、圭一君は味方でしょ。
ねえ、そうでした。とても頼もしいですよ。
で、今度は大石さんが話してくれる番。前の電話で約束した園崎家関係への一斉捜査はどうですか？秘密の研究施設は発見できましたか？
I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me.
今ですね、県警の防隊と公安部で一斉捜査作戦を準備中なんです。何しろ市内全域を一斉にやりますからね。調整に多少の時間が。
遅すぎる。大石さん、私たちは今獅子骨市が置かれている緊急的危機についてよく理解し合っているんじゃなかったでしたっけ？何をのんびりとしたことを。大石さん、本当に私の話を信じてくれているんですよね。私の味方なんですよね。味方ですよね。答えてください。
もちろんですとも。ですが、警察組織ってやつは簡単じゃないんです。私も最大限努力をしてるんですよ。本当です。ただですね、やはり話の規模があまりに大きすぎるもので。
大石さん、私、奴らにどこかで毒を盛られました。富武さんにあの異常な死に方を強いた原始の力を持った寄生虫、あれをどこかで盛られたんです。昨日から痒くて仕方がない。もう私、首をかきむしりすぎて血まみれなんです。いつ錯乱して喉をかき破ってしまうかもわからないというのに、大石さんは何をもたもたと。
I knew it. Oh, she didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood they were some kind of conspiracy in Himizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die the same way as Tomiki-san.
申し訳ないです。これでも頑張っているんです。ただですね、みんな言うんですよ。その証拠はないのかと。
証拠があればすぐに動いてくれるんですか？
Miya-san's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I needed to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Yoshi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before it's tomorrow. I would die tonight.
わかりました。ミオさんのスクラップ帳をお渡しします。それでどうか他の警察の人たちを一刻も早く説得してください。
助かります。そのスクラップ帳をぜひ。
I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Miya-san's scrapbooks were in there.
これは私たちの切り札です。大石さん、くれぐれも、いや、絶対によろしくお願いします。
わかりました。信頼してください。必ずや奴らの陰謀を暴いてみせます。
でも、まあ多分警察も組織だからそうなんだろうなとは思ってたんです。だからちょっと強引なやり方だけど、こんな形を取らせてもらったんです。大石さんは私に要求されて仕方なくやっているという言い訳ができるはず。なんとかこのチャンスを有効に生かしてください。
ありがとうございます。必ずやあなたの期待に添えるよう努力します。ではどうしましょう。私が受け取りに参りましょうか。
I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Voidlego was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I entered a memo with my instructions onto a colleague.
さすがに私がこの場を離れるわけにはいかないので、代わりに圭一君に持って行かせます。
その方がいいかもしれません。やはりあなたが学校の外へ出れば、もしやということもあるかもしれませんので。
もしやって？
いえ、この騒ぎをもう 園崎家も嗅ぎつけているでしょう。あなたがこういう手に打って出るとは思わなかったでしょうから、強引な手で口封じをしてくる可能性があります。
口封じ？それって
狙撃です。園崎家のヒットマンは多分あなたがこれ以上騒ぎを大きくする前に狙撃だから、あなたは表に出ない方がいい。窓にも近づかないでください。さっきから何度か顔を出しているようですが、あれは危ない。そこを撃たれてしまいますよ。
ちょっと、周りには警察がいるんでしょ？そんなの未然に防げないんですか？
防げるなら防ぎます。ですがね、周りの視界が良すぎます。訓練を受けたものなら400メートルくらいはやすやすと狙撃するそうです。ましてや、あなたもご存知の通り、園崎家の特攻隊は軍事訓練を受け、中でも暗殺技術に関しては特に習得しています。奴らは侮らないでください。園崎家の陰謀を暴くには、あなたの力がまだまだ必要なんです。
わかりました。忠告をありがとうございます。どうせ明日まで持たない命でも今終わらせるわけにはいきませんので。
そうですともそうですとも。いいですか、くれぐれも窓から顔を覗かせないでくださいよ。用心してください。
The phone conversation ended. Minoru was going to let Ketchumarbauer deliver scrapbooks.
さっき書いたやつ用意できてますね。
OK です。うまく渡せますかね。
狙撃されるかもしれないと脅して外を覗かせないようにしたつもりです。
Maybe put a wire in him?
でもまあ見てるでしょうね。そこはうまくやります。
Hey, what if we understood what was going on from the phone conversation?
じゃあ圭一君、これとても大切なスクラップ帳。園崎家の陰謀と奴らの侵略の証拠を暴く証拠。大石さんに渡してきてね。渡したらすぐに戻ってくるんだよ。見てるからね。変なことをしたら怒るからね。
Mona took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at me on.
みーちゃんにも後で話すよ。みーちゃんの家がどれほど恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいるかをね。ひょっとするともう知ってるのかもしれないけどね。じゃあ圭一君、行って校庭の真ん中まででいいよ。余計な立ち話とかしちゃダメ。圭一君は持っていくだけだから無言でいいや。おしゃべり禁止だからね。おしゃべりしたら千恵先生なら T 定規で叩くけど、私ならなんで叩いちゃおうかな。
分かってるよ。無言で持っていくからそのナタを下ろせ。俺はレナの仲間だろ。仲間だったら信用しろな。
そうだね。仲間だから信用するよ。だから裏切らないでね。
Mona's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up.
じゃあ行ってくる。すぐ戻るよ。
よろしくね。
I walked past my friends who were lying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful, some were sure that I used the opportunity won, and some were scared that they died if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Mona tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Mona didn't get angry. I just had to wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from running now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Yoshi-san.
前原圭一さんですね。どうもどうも。沖宮市の大石です。クラちゃんと呼んでくださっても。
すみません。レナから何も喋らずにこれを渡せって言われてます。だから無言でこれを受け取ってください。
わかりました。それが問題のスクラップ帳ですね。お預かりします。
I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oshi-san, but he stepped aside a little. Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time, and at that point Oshi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket.
大丈夫です。校舎はあなたの背中ですから、竜宮さんが窓から見てたとしても、今のやりとりは見えていません。
A recorder or something.
何なんですかこれは。
Couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size.
あなたへのメモもあります。教室へ戻る途中で竜宮さんに見つからないようにこっそり読んでください。では、そのまま戻って。これ以上は不信がられます。
I just followed his directions. I was worried when I had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed, but that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it would cause more trouble. When I was in the classroom, there was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone, and if she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance then was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oshi-san had put into my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece. Something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Mayabara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button, gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside of my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' face rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defensive purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes. It's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there is a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. The spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Oshi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It's probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they'd be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things are different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I gonna do? What should I do, Ketchumarbara? Did I want to fight with Runa? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I needed to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit! Besides, Runa was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? But that's what I had to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Runa would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. But at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Runa would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. But things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Runa killing one classmate after another. After I killed Runa and Mion, my room was covered in blood. She killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Runa would. She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would whip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Runa to go through what I had to go through. Shit! I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Runa became stronger. Runa would be shocked to realize I betrayed her, but she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own. Someone else would have to wake her up, and her friends needed to be the ones to do that.
おかえり、ケイチ君。大石さん、何か言ってた？
なんだ?
As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Oh my god. She's not gonna set fire to the fucking school, is she? Was it gasoline? Saw a red gasoline container by Runa's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy, made of metal. It said gasoline on the side when felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too, Jesus. How could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she'd burn the hostages. I don't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand.
Lena, これはどういう真似だよ?
Now I'm thinking back to when Rika said how she would die. I think it was cut up into pieces and burned, or something like that. Some combination of that. I remember that clearly.
もちろんやらないよ。万が一の時の保険なの。私だって大好きなみんなのバーベキューなんて見たくない。
Jesus.
だから冗談で済んでほしいって思ってる。
When I showed off the lighter, honestly, she was trying to frighten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. If it was in your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantaged position. My weapon might take Runa's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using a lighter. She probably used it in the moment she attacked, or she could drop it. I didn't know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she had to do was light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Runa powerless at all. The last resort Oshi-san gave me had already lost all its power.
保険なんて大丈夫だろう。大石さんはスクラップ帳があればきっと警察を納得させられる。そうなればあとは一斉捜査で奴らの陰謀が暴ける。そうなんだろう。
あのスクラップ帳だけで本当に動いてくれるかな。お役所ってのは お尻の重いところだそうだからね。
Mona was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbook, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline.
とりあえずは大石さんを信じよう。あとは家宝を待つだけだろ。
そうだね。じゃあさっきの話の続きをするかな。それでね、その寄生虫は長い時間を経るうちに徐々に無害になっていったの。でもそれでは面白くない人たちがいた。それがひなみ沢御三家なの。だから彼らは。
Mona was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. She started mumbling so I could let Roshi-san know what was going on.
すごい匂いだよな。ガソリンをポリタンク丸々ぶちまけるとすごいもんだ。
I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wish I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oshi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me.
車のクラクション聞きたいな。
クマちゃん、クラクション一発。
Kumagai honked once quickly.
ガソリンとは参ったっすね。これでさっきからなんとなく感じてた匂いの正体が分かりました。多分この後の要求を押し通すための切り札にするつもりでしょうね。
クマちゃん、普通の若い子がポリタンクって言い方をしたら18リットル入りのあれですよね。
さあ、多分。
小宮山君、営林署の人まだ返してないですよね。ちょっと呼んでもらえます？なるほどね。携行缶にはちゃんとガソリンと明記してあると。灯油のポリタンクにも灯油とちゃんと書いてある？
はい。中身を間違えたら大変ですから、すべての燃料容器にはちゃんと明記してあります。
Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable and can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans.
じゃあ前原さんがガソリンって言ったのは間違いなくガソリンなわけだ。携行缶は何リットルのサイズのがあったんですか
？18リットル用と5リットル用の2種類があったと記憶してます。
5リットル用って多分平たい形をしたやつですよね。
ええ。真っ赤で平たくてこう取っ手がついています。
前原圭一はポリタンクという言い方をしましたね。18リットルの方でしょうか。
あるいは見慣れない形だったんで、とりあえず適当な言葉が思いつかずポリタンクという言い方をしたのかもしれない。でもどのみち本当にガソリンだとしたらかなり危険なことになります。
Gasoline burns when lit, but what's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. Yeah. If gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily, even at freezing temperatures it evaporates. And so, in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself.
クマちゃん、危険物第4類とかわかる？
いえ、気化ガソリンが危険だってことは理解してるんですが、詳しいことまでは。
18リットルと5リットルで最悪の場合どの程度規模が違うか調べときたいな。そうだ、ジジイに聞いてみよう。すいません、署に連絡して鑑識のじい様がいるか聞いてみてください。
おお、話は聞いちょるぞい。犯人に直接名指しだそうじゃの。リーチ一発振り込みドカーンってところじゃの。
裏まで乗っちゃって大変なことになってます。その ドカンってのは実に笑えないですな。
Yeah, but seriously, there's about 26 kids about to explode.
ところですいません、危険物の第4子はお持ちで？
おつよんかここにいる人間全員足せば公主じゃぞい。どうした？ガソリンでも巻いて籠城しとるんか？
まさにそのようです。人質の一人に盗聴器を持たせてるんですが、どうも犯人は教室内にガソリンを撒いたようなんです。ただ撒いた量が18リットル缶か5リットル缶かは分かりません。両方のケースのですね、最悪の場合について教えてもらえませんかね。
教室の広さは？
だいたい50平米ですね。
室内は密閉か？
おそらくさぞやガソリン臭いだろうと思います。
多いしまずいぜい。
やっぱりシャレになりませんか？
教室は粉々に吹っ飛ぶぜい。教室内はまず全員死ぬな。
そりゃ18リットルの場合ですか？
アホ、5リットルの場合じゃ。わしの記憶がボケてないなら 1.8 メートルの室内を吹き飛ばすのに4リットルもあれば十分だったはずじゃ。
The policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters metal room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 readers are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 readers were scattered in a 50 square meter room. So even if she fucking drops the lighter, the damn room will explode.
つまりお釣りが来るってことですね。嫌なリーチだな。
God damn it, why did it have to be pepper spray?
じゃあ聞きたくはないんですが、18リットルだったら？
そうだのう。大石風に例えると、親のリーチ一発ピンフ単葉を赤々ドラドラに振り込む感じかの
う。どういう意味っすか？
親の倍満24000点。配給減点が25000点だから1000点本は1本残るってことですかね。
Can you guys actually start talking sense and not talking mahjong?
そんなところだのう。柱1本くらいは残るかもしれんぞい。
そりゃあ振り込みたくないリーチだな。ね。
今のうちに消防署に連絡して化学車両を待機させた方がいいだろうの。事件解決後の処理は消防の指示を仰ぐ必要があるぞい。
参ったな。こいつは盗聴情報なんで消防車を呼び寄せたらバレちまうな。なんとか学校から見えないところに待機させましょ
う。それがいいの。あとそれから多いし盗聴器と言った
な。ねえ、さっき人質の一人と接触できましてね。その際にこっそりと盗聴器を持たせました。ガソリン散布はそれで分かったんですよ。
まずいの。化学火災の事例で発火原因に電子機器のランプの点灯があったはずだぞい。ガソリンの発火点は300度程度。火花はおろか静電気でも着火して爆発する。
冗談じゃない。なんだってそんな危険な液体がこうも簡単に世の中にあるんですかね。
I mean, that's gasoline for you. I mean, we borrow our fucking cars and borrow a lot of shit with it, yet it can fucking explode just with the lightest damn light.
知るか。消防法と自動車社会を作った連中に言え。6月だからのそう空気も乾燥しとらんとは思うが、とにかく万が一に備えて盗聴器の電源を切らせた方がいいだろうの。
大石さん、盗聴器で聞く限り犯人はライターを所持している模様です。
ってことは つまり前原さんがスプレーを使って静止しようとしても着火までは防げない可能性が大ってわけだ。
Yeah, this is fucking this is the worst situation.
しかも盗聴器まで使えなくなるとはなんてこった。
おいしライターはまずいぞ。冗談でもいじらせてはならん。犯人もガソリンの危険性を認知しとらん可能性がある。量を聞く限りとても知識があるとは思えんぞ。
Oshi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. If we're a burning car in an accident, gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the car book and what explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know, but a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is, because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and one hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might actually accidentally set it off. She would pretend to write the letter as a threat. That would be the end. All the people around Oshi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion and her quest was something so unreal.
失礼します。先ほど受け取ったスクラップ帳の中に犯人からと思われる文書が見つかりました。
A letter. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oshi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oshi-sama, if you're reading this letter, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized school and held the students as hostages. I am planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be friend by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonzaki family and also the aliens who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonzaki family.
宇宙人?
I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They rented known Kafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds, and through that selective breeding, they run their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth.
なんだこりゃ。
All the other policemen frowned at the letter.
いやいや、驚きませんよ。高野の他のスクラップ帳も読みましたが、これに負けじを取らずの親切揃いです。個人的にはオッシーが面白かったな。
The Sonozaki family, as well as all the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempt to revive the cult of Oshiro-sama were actually part of the aliens' strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The Area Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must be still there. Also, capture all of the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a lookalike. That's how they've been controlling the village. Therefore, there may be already some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Mio Takano, Wika Furude, and me, Renawigu. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. There will be proof of aliens existing among us.
高野美代? どうしてでしょうね。
ああ、あれだ。俺さ、彼女との電話で隣のケンケンさんの検視で一日ズレがあったかもしれないですよって言っちゃったことがあったんですよ。
ああ、検視結果のミスの話ですか。
それで私、祭りの日には死んでたはずなのにどうしていたのかななんてことを言っちゃったんです。それをこういう風に解釈するとはな。ふざけ半分で脅しすぎたかな。
自分の名前が含まれてるのも奇妙ですね。鏡に映ったのでも見間違えたとか。
One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night.
これは俺、わかるわ。ほら、竜宮レナを探し回った晩、ゴグナで目撃されたって話があったでしょ。あれだよ。あれは多分、村人の誰かが流したデマなんだよ。で、それを本人がどこかで聞いて、自分がもう一人いるように錯覚した。
くそったれ。ノストラダムスだっけ？あれの大予言と同じですね。何が起こっても予言に含まれるように解釈しちまう。
Yeah.
今の竜宮レナは箸が転んだって宇宙人の仕業だって言い出すぞ。
あるいはいずれ捕まることを予見して精神鑑定で有利になる資料を先に用意したとか。
そんなことあの子は考えてないよ。あの子は本気で信じてる。いや、本気の本気で。コロッと生かされた私だからわかるんです。彼女は本気で信じてるんだ。この
あ、まだ一枚あるっすよ。何々？
P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomiki-san. I've been scratching my throat since then. I will probably have clawed my throat out open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the area clinic, please bring it to me.
これは使えるな。
ですね。本気で宇宙人の話を真に受けてるなら、解毒剤だと言えばうまく騙せるかも。
Try to give her like a placebo. But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by wetting the gasoline instead.
19時
Shit.
今何時だ？
18時前です。
Oh, fuck. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't get dark even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m.
あと1時間か。いや、1時間を待たずに火遊びで大爆発するかも。くそ、どうすりゃいい？
何が地球侵略と戦うだ。それに人質を巻き込むなんてめちゃくちゃだ。
めちゃくちゃなんです。今の彼女にはまともな交渉なんか通用しない。しかも本人は冷静だと思ってる分だけ立ちが悪い。
おいさん、それより次の文章。
ん？何？
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with a U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I whip the tip off its plug so it will create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Oshi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the three families know that Mian Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oshiro-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the Free Families helps you, I'm sure the conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oshi-san. Jesus Christ. Rena Riku. Smash! Oshi threw the scrapbooks to the ground. That does explain the students like smelling gasoline before. Son of a bitch.
キッチンタイマーって目覚まし時計みたいなもんですか？
ああ、昔の炊飯器とかにはタイマーがついてないものも多かったんですよ。それでね、コンセント穴のついたキッチンタイマーって名前の目覚まし時計がありましてね。そのコンセントに炊飯器を挿しておけば、仕掛けた時刻に自動的に電源が供給されて、指定時刻に炊飯器が電源オンにできるって代物です。
へえ、そりゃ便利そうですね。
確かにそれを流用すれば、次元発火装置なんて簡単にでっち上げられる。キッチンタイマーってあたりが女の子っぽくてなんだか複雑だな。
電力会社に頼んで電力を落とすとかはどうすかね。コード式なら電力がなければ無力化できます。ああ、でもダメか。教室が真っ暗になるのと同時にライターをつけるに決まってますよね。
Yeah, God damn, she has two fucking ways to explode the damn classroom. God damn.
やっぱり解毒剤の線をついて指向性の睡眠薬でも与えますか。指向性ですよ。多分自身に使う前に人質に試すはずです。注意してください。
了解です。手配します。
あと前原さんともう一度話したいな。
I don't know, just give her a fucking box of aspirins, I don't know.
竜宮レナが間違ってライターをいじらないようにうまくなだめてもらわないと。あと盗聴器もオフにさせないといけません。盗聴器はどう？面白いことは拾いましたか？
犯人が人質に危害を加えている模様です。
Oh boy.
なんてこった。
どうも園崎ミオンに対してのようです。
やめろレナ。
Lena kept hitting me on with her hands tied behind her back. Lena wasn't using her fist, but instead the handle of her hatchet.
圭一君はそこの壁から動かない約束だよ。動いたらレナも怒るんだからね。
Lena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Lena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Mion's arm off.
とにかく私が許せなかったことは、みーちゃんが死体を掘り出して警察に売ったことだよ。信じてたのに。
Lena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. So there was no way that Mion could protect her face. Jesus. Didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say that she hit the body, so all she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken.
やめるんだレナ。ミオン、もういいだろう。俺が話す。本当のことを話すから。レナ、ミオンを殴るのをやめるんだ。
本当のことって何？圭一君。
ダメだよ、ケイちゃん。
クラスのみんな、今から言う話は頼む。聞かないでくれ。少し物騒な話をするかもしれないが、悪いことの話じゃないんだ。だから聞かないでくれ。耳に入っても忘れてくれ。
む。
どういう話だろう。聞かせてくれるかな、圭一くん。
難しい話じゃないんだ。あれはお前のためだったんだよ。あの埋めた場所が今年の夏に営林署が伐採で立ち入ることになってたのを後日に知ったんだ。だからあのままじゃまずいと思ってミオンがもっと別の安全な場所に隠してくれたんだよ。
その話はあの晩に聞いてるよ。そしてそんなのはみーちゃんの作った嘘だとも言わなかったっけ。
なんで嘘なんかつかなきゃならないんだ。仲間を助けるのは当然じゃないか。だからミオンがお前を助けるためにやってくれたんだよ。
嘘だよ、嘘だよ、信じないよ。ならなんでそんなことを私に相談せずにこっそりとやったの？
Why didn't Mion even have to tell her? Mion was just trying to be delicate. Mion did her best to try to hide what Rena did. Mion knew what Rena was at her wit's end, and that was why she did it in secret. But Rena didn't want to believe her.
違うよ、圭一くん。圭一くんまで騙すなんて本当にみーちゃんは卑劣だね。部活で騙すのは許せるけど仲間である圭一くんを騙すなんて許せない。許せない、許せない、許せない。
やめろ！ミオンを殴るな！ミオンは悪くない！
I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands.
ねえ、そうなのみーちゃん。そうならなんでそうだって私に話してくれなかったの？
ミオンに話せない理由は想像つくだろう。その崎家のいろいろ都合があるんだよ。それより気を使ってくれたことをお前が感謝すべきじゃないか。
I may have said it too aggressively. Lena turned around and glared at me.
そうだよ、圭一くん。その崎家の都合でみーちゃんは私を警察に売った。仲間の私を売った。仲間なのに、友達なのに、仲良しだったのに。ひどいよ、みーちゃん。本当に大好きな一番のお友達だったのに、どうして？ひどいよ。ひどい。
This was senseless. I cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally, this would be so odd as if to be impossible, but I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop, 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 stop! Stop, Rena! Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. But she just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you will feel even sadder, Rena. You will remember this bloody Beyond one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you will regret that you did. But I was the only one who could understand that because I remembered. There's no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing! Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how this story ended, but I couldn't come onto stage.
やめろレナやめてくれやめてくれ。
泣いてるの？どうしたのケイチ君。
I stood up slowly and walked towards Rana, just like Rana did for me before with my arms open.
頼むからやめてくれ。やめるんだレナ。今はどうしてかわからないかもしれない。なぜやめなければならないのかわからないのかもしれない。でもやめないと絶対に後悔する日が来るから。だからやめるんだ。
ケイチ君、壁に戻らないとレナは怒るよ。
Mona's eyes went cold, and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand.
やめなケイちゃん。私は大丈夫だから。
Mion told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be?
レナはその中で俺を叩くのか。
それ以上近づけばね。叩くよ。遠慮なくね。もうケイチ君なんかいなくても最後までいけるんだよ。でも私はケイチ君と最後まで一緒にいたい。だから私を怒らせないでね。
She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Wonder would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. But who cares?
レナはもし立場が逆だったら命を惜しむと思うか。
当然だよ。相手が凶器を持ってたら怖いから逆らわないね。
嘘だな。
I know. I know you're strong enough to give up your own wife for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong.
俺もレナと同じだぜ。仲間のためなら命なんて惜しくない。レナが欲しいってなら俺の命だってくれてやる。だからやめるんだ。仲間を信じてるなら仲間を傷つけるのをやめるんだ。その痛みは必ずレナを襲うから。だからやめるんだ。誰もレナを脅かしたりなんかしてない。みんながレナのためを思ってる。それを疑うな。頼むから信じてくれ。俺を信じろ。俺の頭を砕けば信じられるってんならそのナタを撃ち下ろせばいい。俺は防がねえからな。
近寄るな。それ以上近づけばライターを点火するよ。
Mona lifted the lighter overhead.
バカ野郎。てめえいつまで夢を見てんだ。自分でも分かってんだろ。悪い夢だって。誰かに覚ましてほしいって。だから俺が来た。俺が覚ましに来たんだ。
覚ますのはケイチ君の方だよ。この村が奴らに侵略されていることがまだ信じられないの？あの時はちゃんと信じてくれたのにまた疑うの？また私を信じないの？
When I opened the lid of the lighter, I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was a feeder from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil. Shit! I won't let this happen! Don't underestimate Kechimara, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I am going to destroy their expectations.
信じてねえのはレナの方だろうが。今は俺を信じろ。黙って俺を信じやがれ。それは絶対にレナのためになる。前回の惨劇の主人公がそうだと言ってるんだよ。先代主人公の言うことをおとなしく聞きやがれ。
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだよ、圭一君。黙って俺を信じろ。信じてないのは圭一君の方だよ。どうして私を信じてくれないの？
やかましい。俺はお前が間違ってることを知ってるんだよ。お前の末路を知っていて、お前がする未来の後悔を全部知ってるんだよ。仲間を自らの手で殺し、それがどれほど罪深いことかに気づきもせずに生を終える。それがどんなに悲しいことか、お前には分からないんだよ。
全然何を言ってるのかわからない。大丈夫なの、圭一君？
ああ、そうだな。何を言ってるかレナには分からないだろうな。でも話してやる。ある大バカ野郎の話を聞かせてやる。あるところに前原圭一っていう大バカがいたんだ。そいつはみんなと楽しく過ごす気に何の不満もなかったのに、ある日を境にほんの少し仲間を疑っちまうんだ。そして何もかもが疑わしく感じるようになってきて。
He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Could you believe something as stupid as that actually happened?
そして俺はお前とミオンを、なのにお前は最後の瞬間まで私を信じてって言って、俺に殴り殺される最後の瞬間まで頭をかばわなかった。かばおうとしなかった。最後まで俺を信じて両手を差し出したままだったんだ。それがどれだけすげえことか、俺は気づきもせずお前を殴り殺してしまったんだよ。それがどれだけ罪深いことか、お前には想像なんかつかないだろうな。だから俺は俺の罪を滅ぼすためにレナを止めるんだ。
それ以上近寄ると本当にライターを。
レナが命を懸けて俺を救おうとしてくれたように、今度は俺がレナを救う。俺はレナがどんなに立派な最後を遂げたか今でも覚えてるぜ。あの瞳には自分が殺されるかもしれないなんて怯えはわずかもなかった。
These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Kechi-kun realize.
俺を信じろ、レナー！
That was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. It crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt the blood on my face.
かわいそうな圭一君。それは圭一君の意志じゃない。圭一君の頭に寄生している奴らがコントロールしているだけなの。今に大石さんが治療する薬を見つけてきてくれるよ。そうなったら一番最初に飲ませて治療してあげるからね。そうしたらもう圭一君は奴らの支配から逃れられる。レナの大好きだった圭一君に戻れるんだよ。だからもう少し待っててね。
このバカ野郎が！
I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. No one had listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Mona tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call. She decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead.
ちょっと職員室に行ってくるね。その間に誰も逃げちゃ嫌だよ。誰か一人でもいなくなってたらみーちゃんが大変なことになっちゃうんだからね。
When I glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left, that was when I heard a honk from the outside. I remember the signal from earlier. Did Oshi-san want to get in touch with me? I bent down and pulled a receiver earphone in my ear.
聞こえますか？沖宮署の熊谷と申します。聞こえているなら咳払いをしてください。よかった。今から言うことをよく聞いてください。犯人が撒いたガソリンは極めて危険なものです。今教室内には気化したガソリンが充満して巨大な爆弾と同じことになっています。ですから竜宮さんを刺激しないようにし、間違ってもライターをいじらせないでください。さっきのような挑発行為は二度と慎むようお願いします。
盗聴器って嫌なもんだぜ。
気化ガソリンはわずかの火花でも着火する可能性があります。ですのでこの連絡を最後に盗聴器の電源を切ってください。これは万が一に備えてのことです。それから最後に重大な連絡があります。犯人は次元発火装置を仕掛けていると予告しています。
次元？なんだって？
キッチンタイマーを流用した次元発火装置で火花を起こすだけの単純なものですが、現在竜宮レナの要求する解毒剤と偽れる睡眠薬を準備中です。ですが残された時間が長くありません。予告ではタイマーの設定は午後7時。
I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone.
いいえ、時間通りです。急いでくださいね、大石さん。1秒たりとも遅れることは許しません。
聞こえてると思いますが、竜宮レナはタイマーの設定延長には応じないようです。あと15分で本気で心中するつもりです。
I remembered thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rena was thinking, then she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning.
それで俺にどうしろと？
睡眠薬がもうじき届きます。だが交渉中に爆発したら元も子もありません。あなたに次元発火装置を見つけ出して解除していただきたいのです。
よく映画で見るような赤と青のコードを切断するやつですか？
もっと簡単なものでしょう。犯人の予告によるならば、それは台所用のキッチンタイマーです。電池でなくコンセントに挿して動くタイプの目覚まし時計状のものと思われます。教室内のコンセントに何か刺さっていませんか？
There was one outlet in the back and another at the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in.
いや、教室内のコンセントには何も刺さっていない。
よその場所で発火しても確実性は低いでしょう。間違いなく教室内にあるはずです。
いや、多分ないぜ。廊下からコードが引かれてるのはレナが話してる電話だけだ。そのキッチンタイマーが電池式ってことはないのか？
電源を供給するタイプですのでコード型に違いありません。あるいは他の部屋ということはありませんか？その教室以外にもガソリンの充満した部屋があるとしたら、そちらの部屋に仕掛けられている可能性があります。
学校中を調べろってことかよ。あと15分でか？くそ、俺は負傷中なんだぜ。
But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver a scrapbook, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb?
こちらも努力しています。ですからそちらでもご協力をお願いします。以上です。質問がなければこれで更新を終了しますが、 何かありますか？
特にない。あ、いや、一つある。
何でしょ
う？大石の親父に言っといてくれ。よくも人の振る傷をレナに話しやがったなって。もし俺が生きてここを出られたらぶん殴ってやるから覚悟しやがれって伝えといてくれ。ああ、2発殴るぜ。俺のことをレナに喋った分とレナのことを俺に喋った分だ。
了解。大石さんも竜宮レナに踊らされたとだいぶへこんでます。きっと殴らせてくれますよ。以上でよろしいですか？
ああ、このおしゃべりだけで数分食っちまった。切るぜ。
ご無事を。
Quick. When I was still on the phone, Hoshi-san was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki Westlands and found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. Hey, if you went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Nana was going to get hit again for lying.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan and Sadako crawled up to me.
今の俺の無線聞いてたか？
トラップは私の先輩特許でしたよ。レナさんにお株を奪われるなんてこんなの死んでも死にきれませんわ。
Sadako realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong.
サトコ、もし死んでもレナを恨まないでくれ。レナは病気なんだ。運悪く悲しい病気にかかっただけなんだ。だってそうだろ。俺たちはあんなにも明るくて楽しい仲間だったレナをよく覚えてるだろ。
サトコ、僕はレナもみんなも素敵な仲間だと信じていますのですよ。あんなミオンさんにあんな乱暴する人を仲間なんて認められますの？サトコだってわかるはずなのです。心の中の鬼が暴れ出してどんなに悲しくても抗えない時があるのを知っているはずなのです。
Sadako quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Sadako, but maybe.
レナさんを信じてますわ。
偉いぞ、サトコ。
Ugh, Sadako said. Rika-chan's arms were tied so she could embrace Sadako, but she put her forehead closer to her and poised.
さて、世界最高のトラップ名人に聞くぜ。この部屋を爆破するにはどこに次元発火装置を仕掛ける？
お任せなさいませ。その装置はコンセントに繋がってなければいけませんのね。
ああ、そうだ。でもこの部屋とは限らないぞ。他の部屋にもガソリンが撒いてあってそこに仕掛けてある可能性もある。
いいえ、そんな時間はなかったと思いますです。多分レナは教室のすぐ近くに隠してあったガソリンを持ってきてこの部屋に巻くくらいだったのですよ。
そういやレナは昨べ俺と別れる時明日の準備があるって言ってた気がするぜ。ってことは何かの仕掛けを昨べのうちにしてあった可能性もあるな。
それだけのヒントで私はここに芋虫状態。なかなかに意地悪な難易度の爆弾探しゲームでございますわね。
サトコなら見つけられる。サトコに見つけられないなら俺にも無理だろうな。だから俺はサトコを信じて全部をかけるぜ。
サトコならできます。レナを救うためにも見つけ出してほしいのです。仕方ありませんわね。本気の私の前にはレナさんのトラップなんて問題にもならないことを証明して差し上げてみせましたよ。
さあもう一度聞くぜ。この部屋を爆発させるなら次元発火装置をどこに仕掛ける？
Sadako grinned and closed her eyes to concentrate. Oh, you can't just fucking do that to me, bro. Nah, you can't do that to me. You can't just nope. There's a fucking chapter select screen. Okay, good. Keep fucking going, bro. Yeah, there's no way this train's stopping.
どきたまえ。ここの責任者は誰だね。
Utica. Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okayama station. One of the men was wearing a suit. Despite hot weather, he approached me, pushing Kumagai aside.
おや、これはこれは。お久しぶりですね。県警本部の大高君じゃありませんか。
言葉を慎みたまえ。もう君に君と呼ばれる階級ではない。
何かご用ですかね。大高君。今非常に立て込んでいます。まさか県警がこの現場を乗っ取ろうつもりで。誰の了解で。
私が許可した大石君。
所長。
高杉君から事情は聞いている。君がまいた種だという話も聞いているぞ。君はもう下がって、あとは機動隊に任せるんだ。
機動隊って。大高君、あんたまさか吸収する気ですか。
危険は重々承知だ。だがもう爆発まで時間がない。
Fuck, dude.
君が時間を浪費しすぎたのだ。その尻拭いを我々がしようというんだ。君らは引き継いで後方に下がりたまえ。
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about the time bomb thing. What if it's a bluff? It's 100% possible it could be a fucking bluff. I couldn't talk back if both the chief and a guy from the prefecture headquarters gave me an order.
おいさん、何者っすかあいつは。
大高君。昔麻雀がくっそ弱いくせに生きがってたからちょいと叩き潰してやったことがありましてね。それともあれかな、剣道大会で偉そうにしてやがったから面食らわして失神させたのを根に持ってるのかな。
Obviously, we didn't get along.
大石君、現在の最新の状況を説明したまえ。
あんた本気で突入する気で。こっちはもうすぐ睡眠薬で穏便に決着がつけられそうなんだ。それをひっくり返す機会。
もう遅すぎる。あと1時間あったらその手も検討できたな。突入は府警の専門部隊が担当する。君はバックアップに回りたまえ。
所長、あんた分かってますよね。あの教室は今や巨大な爆弾なんです。だが一番恐ろしい爆弾は教室じゃない。犯人のリュウグウレナ本人なんです。我々はようやくそれをなだめ、穏便に解決する手順を踏み、それを実行しようとしています。時間は確かにもう10分もない。でも必ず成功させてみせます。講習は私が自らやります。ダメなら私が粉々に吹っ飛んでおしまいです。首相たちは離れてそれを見てざまあみると思ってればいい。
大石君、府警の専門部隊はただの機動隊じゃないぞ。第二機動隊といえば君ほどの男なら噂くらい聞いてるだろ
う。なんすか大石さん、第二機動隊って有名なんですか。
5年くらい前だっけ、空港の飛行機に犯人が立てこもった事件があったでしょう。あれをきっかけに東京と大阪にハイジャック専門の特殊部隊が組織されたって噂は聞いてましたがね。
Have I heard of that before? I feel like I have.
実在してましたか。
でもなんだって府警の機動隊がこんなところに。
Utica smiled proudly.
たまたま県警機動隊との交流訓練があってね、特別に応援を要請したのだよ。
相変わらずですね。話をすぐ派手にしたがるその癖は。
The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen.
大高君、あんた学校で銃撃戦をやる気かい？一発で大爆発を起こすぞ。
Yeah, a single shot.
安心したまえ。突入犯が使うのは火器じゃない。ボート鎮圧用のガス銃だ。高圧ガスで催涙ガスを噴出する。何の問題もない。
へえ、そりゃあ便利な水鉄砲があったもんで。ところでそのおもちゃは校庭を横断して教室まで届くほど便利なものなんで。
それは君が心配することではない。あとは我々に任せて下がりたまえ。
As I lifted my arms exaggeratedly, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course I did on purpose.
今のは前原圭一を呼び出すサインですか？
ねえ、そうです。前原君が気づいてくれるのに祈るしかない。
今さら彼に何を？
連中は多分グレネードか何かでガラスをぶち抜いてガス弾を教室に撃ち込んでその隙に突入しようってつもりでしょう。連中はリュウグウレナを甘く見てる。
I mean, tear gas doesn't take effect like instantly. She could still light the damn lighter.
彼女は本気だ。ガラスの割れる音でもライターをためらわず点火する。
特殊部隊には制圧できないってことですか？
できないに決まってるだろう。だから今まで慎重にやってきたんじゃないの。リュウグウレナは初めから死ぬつもりなんだよ。命が惜しくない奴に突入なんて意味がないんだよ。前原さんしかいない。
おいさん、繋がりました。
もしもし、大石です。聞こえてたら咳払いお願いします。緊急の話があります。聞いてください。
どうせ悪い話だろ。
悔しいですがビンゴです。県警が介入してきてお膳立てをひっくり返すつもりです。特殊部隊が校舎に突入しようとしています。
おいおい、護身用スプレーでひるませてもその1秒で点火されちまうってんで俺はずっと抑えてきたんだぜ。突入なんてそんなの無理に決まってるだろ。
県警はリュウグウさんがすでに死ぬ気であることを理解していません。ライターは脅しで点火するわけないと鷹をくくっています。多分5分以内に突入するでしょう。
I don't know if this is an appropriate like comparison to compare this to, but like this remind me a lot of Waco, that whole situation.
突入する前になんとかリュウグウレナからライターを奪ってください。
それは次元発火装置を何とかしろというオーダーに追加で？
ねえ、そうです。
マジかよ。あと5分でレナからライターを奪って次元発火装置もどうにかやってくれるぜ。
あなただけが頼りなんです。頼みます。
どうですか、サトコ。思いつきますですか？1階の廊下だけが知りたいんですの。そこにあるかないか。レナさんの行動パターンから考えて1階ならあそこ、2階ならあそこ。
1階の廊下をコードが横断してないかざっと見ればいいんだな。
多分あるはず。普段のレナさんなら断言できますけど、今のレナさんはノイズだらけで行動パターンが読み切れませんわ。
よし、任せろ。なんとかする。もう悩むにも時間が足りねえよ。最後の2択は俺が直接探る。
I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell. I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I want to change everything. And then I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. spoke to one as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
何？どうしたの、ケイチ君？
いや、今音が聞こえなかったか？
Mona went quiet and looked around. Mona had become totally paranoid about everything. When she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
本当に？ケイチ君。
ああ、聞き間違いじゃない。
I knew she wanted to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check it for her. Mona must have been thinking the same thing.
ケイチ君、見てきて。
Mona gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips.
ああ、わかった。
Mona watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me.
レナを怒らせちゃ嫌だよ。
信用しろ。俺はレナの仲間だ。
うん、信じるよ。信じるから。裏切っちゃ嫌だからね。
After being freed from Mona, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise?
大丈夫なのですよ。ケイチならきっと見つけてくれますのです。レナさんならいつものレナさんより疑り深いレナさんならどこにどう仕掛けますの？この程度がわからなくてレナさんのトラップで最後なんて北条聡子一生の恥ですわ。
なんだこれ。
I saw a plug inserted onto the unit under the principal's desk, and I also saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended to that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending to the storage closet. This storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the lights on. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there.
見つけた。
The time bomb! So all I have to do was unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remember Kumagai calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock, it was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one too. I looked at the extension cord, and there was nothing plugged into it. What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office?
いけないケイチさん、逃げて！
サトコ？
The hell?
それは違うんですの。騙された。
A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground.
どうしてケイチ君は延長コードをたどって目覚まし時計なんか持ってるのかな？
All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Runa's trap. Runa was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing. And so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me.
待てレナ。
ケイイチ君のこと信じてたのに。ひどいよ、ケイイチ君。
When it hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier, it was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open. Lena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly, as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my wife. Oh shit. It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Wena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Wena started moaning, clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the writing from Wena. Wena knew I was after the rider. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm when I was holding the hatchet, and I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I could use both my hands to get at the rider. The rider flew out of Wena's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Wena managed to shake off Rika-chan. There's our chance. I turned in Sadako's direction. I heard Sadako screaming from the classroom. Sadako had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead. This is great music, by the way.
Keiichi, 早くSadakoのところへ行くのです。
Rika-chan had spread her arms, walking Rena's path forward.
バカなことはやめて逃げろ。
Keiichi, これは初めてではないのですよ。覚えていないのですか？前の時、僕にあとわずかの頑張りがあれば、ケイイチは今度こそ間に合わせる。だから言ってなのです。
I didn't know what Rika-chan was talking about. I'm trying to remember. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, and I was willing to give up mine, Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. So I will depend on my friend Rika-chan. Leaving it to Rika-chan to dash for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Kechi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came over closer.
すごいよすごいよ。これは部活じゃないんだよ。リカちゃんは殺されちゃうよ。怒ったレナにきっと殺されちゃう。へえ、私が怖くないんだ。リカちゃんすごいよ。
Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a sphere. Rika's stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rena was even startled by it.
すごいね。殺されるのが怖くないんだ。
Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way.
この私が死を恐れるとでも、幾百の死の山脈を越えてきたこの私が今さら何を恐れるというのか。
Several hundred?
君、リカちゃんじゃないね。あの夜に出会ったリカちゃんもどきの方だね。正体を表したな、宇宙人め。本物のリカちゃんをどこへやった？
本物のリカ、ここにいるわよ。
みぱーああ、その小バカにしたところは間違いなくリカちゃんだね。そう、お社様は宇宙人だった。フルデ家はその末裔で宇宙人の直系の一族だもんね。脳みそを叩き割って中の寄生虫を引きずり出してやるからね。
Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream. Rena looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation.
あいにくね。1分も稼げれば十分なの。遊んであげるわ。おいで、ナタ女。
いいですの、ケイチさん。
Also, it does make sense why she was able to fight so well against Xian if she's been through this several hundred times.
すべてのヒントと答えはもう朝の時にありましたの。
落ち着け、サトコ。俺に分かるように話せ。つまり、どういうことなんだ？
It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do.
ねえ、今日は臭い。バーカ、窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
We had been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There was no forestry service to people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near their classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It stinks. There was another hint other than that. The ball, it was gone.
俺たちのボールがねえ。王女、お前がまた隠したんだろう。
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
Kids who love to play with their ball and never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was, but it was gone. So that must have meant that Rena used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere.
レナさんは雨どいの出口をボールで詰めて雨どいいっぱいにガソリンを注いだんですの。
Oh shit.
どこから？ 2階の屋根の上からですのよ。
The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor and then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too.
じゃあ、つまり、次元発火装置は
2階の窓から延長コードか何かで引っ張って屋根の上ですわ。
I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Sadako's bonds.
そういや、リカちゃんはどうやって縄跳びを解いたんだ？
あるございましたわね。私は溶けるほど痩せてなくて。
It whooped Sadako's head.
みんなを頼む。俺は屋上へ行く。
As I jumped out of the classroom, Sadako stopped me.
ケイチさん、これを。
なんだよ、まだ何かあるのか？
Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat. Oh shit.
ニーニーのですのよ。後でちゃんと返してもらうでございますからね。
This goddamn metal bat, baby.
すまん、サトコ。
The metal bat fit right in my palm and didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Sadako's brother Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I were the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who was waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi! As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan, you held out as long as you could.
クソなのです。身体年齢があと5つもあれば。さあ、次はケイイチくんだよ。
I honestly think we're going to hit the 3-hour mark, but I don't give a shit.
やべえ、とにかく上だ。今は屋根の上だ。よ
く気づいたね、よく気づいたね。でもさせるもんか。
Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me! I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I didn't have time to put in the earphones. It was when I flew up the stairs. Her foot got caught on the trunk rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result of Sadako's trap! Sadako leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture.
なかなかの線を言ってましたけど、まだまだこの私とトラップ勝負をするのは3億5000光年くらい早くてでございましたよ。さとこちゃん、光年は距離だよ。
Smash. The 4th bucket hit Sadako in the head. It continued up to the rooftop. When I ignored Sadako and ran after me.
大井さんか。やったぞ、やったぞ、畜生。ライターは奪った。次元破壊装置も分かってる。屋根の上、雨どいの中だ。今抑えに行ってる。
Come on.
大井さん、まさかあれじゃ。
Oshi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cords from the clock were extending into the second floor window. It was so obvious but they didn't even notice it until just then. Sadako was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck.
みんな、私はいいから早く逃げて。
あら、ミオンさんらしくもない。こういう瞬間でも我が部の部長らしくあるべきではございません。部長はただ一言、こいつを外せと命令遊ばされれば結構ですのよ。
Sadako reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Sadako opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion.
みんなは全部のカーテンを開けて窓を全部開けたら外へ駆け出すこと。
委員長、前原さんはどうするんです？
ケイちゃんは警察が助けてくれるから。みんなはとにかく一刻も早くここから逃げて。ってもう外したの？
北条聡子にとって U 字ロックの U はこんなの楽勝の U でございましたよ。
The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open as well as all the windows. The children in turn were all running out into the schoolyard. Oshi pushed Taka aside and grabbed his radio and yelled into it.
人質を全員確保しろ。犯人は人質1名を追って2階へ上がったもよ。
こら、何の真似だね。大石君、無線を返したもん。
Otaka tried to grab the radio from Oshi, but Kumagai stepped in. There was a dull noise and Otaka crumpled to the floor, convulsing.
ああ、すみませんです。膝がたまたまきれいに入っちゃったっすね。
It's fucking awesome.
教室内にはまだガソリンが充満してるぞ。十分ガス弾や閃光弾の類の使用は禁ずる。繰り返す。ガス弾、閃光弾の使用は禁ずる。
God damn, this is fucking amazing.
大爆発するぞ。
Man, this turned from the most suspenseful thing to the fucking hypest thing. God damn.
それに失敗しないための特殊部隊だ。
これだから坊ちゃん育ちは。あとは時計のコンセントを抑えるしかないか。
おいさん、前原君です。
スピーカーを貸せ。前原さん、時計の電源は2階の奥の部屋。
I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. When it was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock from there. Yoshi-san was telling me to go further up. Sadako only told me that it was on the roof of top of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only said it was in the drain canal, but maybe Yoshi found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the data and ran up to the rooftop. I'd never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers. Heh. 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get in half that. Over there. Was that it? It was...
Ah, 撃てたら撃ちたいけど、それ実弾ですよね。実は狙撃銃タイプの催涙ガス銃とか、そういうことだったりしません？実弾です。そういうのは軍隊で使ってくださいよ。日本の警察には必要ないですね。前原さん、追ってきてます。急いで。追い詰められる。
How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? What? I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord of copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands of the clock kept moving with the second hand, trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Whoa! I flew it to the ground! A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Not only policemen, but the children who were on their way to ambulances raised their voices and cheer.
おいさん、消防からっす。現場は依然危険度最大につき、突入犯全員の即時退却を進言しています。
事件発火装置はもうないのに？
発火装置がなくても危険度は最大級の現場だそうです。
Fucking lighter, man.
これ以上は突入犯全員の生命に危険があります。
くそ、屋上の前原君をどうしよう。2階屋根ならなんとか飛び降りれないか。
おいさん、図面では校舎下に花壇があります。そこへ飛び降りるように誘導しましょう。
おいしより突入中の全隊へ。作戦中止。退却せよ。退却せよ。
花壇だって。畜生、ここからじゃよくわかんねえってのによ。
But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there.
まさかこんなところに隠したのを見つけるとはね。これで全て失敗か。
Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started to bleed.
ゲームセットだな、レナ。
We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. When I was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their surface yet, though.
そうだね。すごろくだったらここはゴールでケイイチくんの上がりだね。でもこれはゲームじゃない。だからここはゴールじゃなくて行き止まりって言うんだよ。
ち、負けを認めないやつだな。レナはつくづく強いやつだよ。絶対へこたれない、くじけない。最後まで戦う。そして最後まで信じるんだ。
こんな時に褒められてもちっとも嬉しくないね。ケイイチくんは私が最後の命をかけての計画をぶち壊しにした。人類を宇宙人から守ろうと必死に戦ってたのに、それをぶち壊しちゃった。これで人類が滅んじゃったらケイイチくんのせいで滅んだって歴史に残っちゃうんだよ。
I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow that sounded kind of cool.
レナ、お前が何と言おうと、このゲームは俺の勝ちだ。すでに俺が勝ってるのに、レナが負けを認めないだけだ。
そうだね。そうなのかもしれないね。
でも、そういうものかもしれないよな。ゲームってのは勝者が決まって終わるもんじゃない。敗者が決まって終わるもんなんだ。ってことは俺が勝つだけじゃダメってことだ。
へえ、それはどういう意味なのかな。
I tapped my shoulder with the metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me.
レナにきっちり負けたってことを叩き込んでやろうってことだよ。
Holy shit. I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies.
ここで白黒をつけてやるぜ。レナがもう負けてるってことをよ。
ふん。
言ってやるぜ。寄生虫に宇宙人？バカじゃねえのか？バカ。そんなの今時誰が信じるんだよ。ダセえな。鼻で笑っちまうで。
最初から信じてなかったくせに信じてたふりをしてレナを騙してたな。許せない、許せない、許せない。
レナが信じてるのは勝手だぜ。だが俺はそんなうさんくせえの信じねえからな。同じ信じるなら徳川の埋蔵金の方が楽しそうだぜ。それでも信じさせたいってんなら俺たち部活メンバーには簡単な信じさせ方があるじゃねえかよ。
勝った方が正義ってことだね。
そういうことさ。
Truly, history is written by the victor. Rena and I grinned at each other, and as we went around in circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distance between us.
レナが俺をぶちのめせたなら俺も宇宙人の話を信じてやろうじゃねえか。朝晩 UFO を呼ぶ怪しげな踊りをして牛小屋にキャトルミューティレーションに行ってやら。 だがなレナ、俺にグーの音が出ないくらいにぶちのめされたらそん時は覚悟してもらうぜ。
それを取り決める必要はないかなケイイチ君なんかに私が負けるはずないもん。
When it came at me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting.
まあそう言うなよ。意外にそうでもなかったりするもんだぜ。
This chapter started with a battle. It shall end with a battle.
俺も部活で何度も激戦をくぐってきて、ようやく分かってきたことがある。自分ってやつをな。どういう時に自分が最高のパワーを出せるか分かってきたんだ。
へえ、それは何かなかな。
Well, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face, and I'm going to defeat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Lena. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all.
私を叩きのめしたらどうするって？ほらほらほらほら。押されてるんじゃないかな。
Man, this fucking game goes to wild places. For fuck's sake, we're fighting on top of a school building with a hatchet and a metal bat. Yet it's fucking awesome and it doesn't feel out of place.
遊んでやってるだけだぜ。まあ見てろ。レナをコテンパンにしたらどうしてやろうかね。これだけ互いにコインやチップをかけまくってるんだ。相当の支払いを覚悟してもらうぜ。
得ることの叶わない勝利に酔うもまた川山陽の醍醐味だね。ケイイチ君の虚勢が痛々しいよ。
God, I would love to see this animated.
チッチッチ。分かってないな。俺はご褒美のデカさに比例してパワーアップする男だぜ。そうだな。もちろん俺専属のメイドさんだよな。朝はおはようございますから夜はおやすみなさいまでたっぷりたっぷりご奉仕三昧だ。メイド衣装は監督に全面協力を受けて日替わりチェンジのお楽しみ。うおー、夜はおやすみなさいまで。いやー、今夜は寝かさないぜ。なんてどうだ。
ケイイチ君らしいな。そんなのはごめんだね。むしろ私が勝って逆の立場にしてあげるよ。
We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Lena and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast! Sparks were flying, we could seriously get injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, yet this was so much fun! I had been mourning and crying all day today while Rena terrified me. How did all that turn into this?
ってことは結局俺たちにシリアスは似合わねえってこった。
Well, that's easy, Kechi. You've changed this tragedy into something different. You've changed this plotline into something different.
互いの火花を浴び合いながらヘラヘラしてるのが互いに性に合ってるってわけだ。
おあいにくだね。レナはエレガントで上品なのが大好きなの。そういうヘラヘラしたのはケイチくんが一人でお楽しみ遊ばせ。
Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it.
甘い甘い全然ダメだぜ。やっぱりお前撃沈確定だな。
ようやく体が温まってきたところだよ。こんなのウォーミングアップでしょ。
はあ？バカなりゃしねえよ。こんなのお散歩程度だな。お前汗だくだぜ。
お前は汗の代わりに血を垂らせばいいや。
前原さん。
Man, we've just been watching. Man, we've just been sitting here and watching this for like 20 minutes. It's pretty cool.
飛び降りて飛び降りてダメっすね。血が上っちゃってるようで声が聞こえてないみたいです。おいさん。
ああ、ごめん。何？
何をぼーっとしてるんですか。
What? I was watching the fight, man.
彼を救出する方法を考えないと。
Oh, she couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. But Oshi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated as she was by Rena and Kechi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be inevitable. But... Huh? Why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in the stalemate forever. Rena and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us.
楽しくなってきたぜ。どうだレナ。最高に楽しくねえか。
レナは最初から楽しいよ。でもケイイチ君の頭を叩き割ったらもっと楽しいかな。
Man, why the fuck did they make a fighting game for Yume and Meko, not Higurashi? I mean, come on, we got our iconic weapons, metal bat and hatchet, come on.
足場を十分に使おうじゃねえか。こんな最高の舞台何度もあるもんじゃねえ。まんべんなく楽しもうぜ。
Of course, we had a moon with not moon-filled sky. Yeah.
私たちほらいつの間にか月を背負ってるんだね。風が気持ちいいや。
It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at the mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun?
なんかよ、こういう涼しさでこう暑くなるとよ、綿流しの祭りの時を思い出すんだよな。どうも俺は静かに夕涼みってのがダメでさ、月が出るとはしゃがずにはいられなくなっちまうんだよ。
All of us club members went crazy on the night of Higurashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year.
月に酔うか。なんだかかっこいいじゃない。私たちはもう月に酔ってるのかもしれないね。
ああ、同感だな。
Yeah, we're all crazy to some degree.
仲間と命のやり取りをしてて、そいつが面白いと感じちまうようじゃ、俺たちは最高にいっちまってる。こいつがそうさ、ルナティックってやつさ。
Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we created with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in a drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens.
ほら、何をやってんだか。バットが汗で滑ってるんじゃない？休憩にしてハンカチで手でも拭いたら？その間に頭を叩き割るけどね。
そいつはいいや。レナこそ汗でスカートがまとわりついて気持ち悪いだろ。脱いでもいいんだぜ。俺は手を出さないで見物するけどな。
へえ。それで足に見とれてる隙にガツンとお見舞いするよ。
楽しいな、レナ。
Man, how the fuck is this game able to do this?
悪くないね。
I'm so fucking engrossed to this. It should be a tonal shift. It shouldn't work, but it works. We flew, we danced. We struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch our breath, and then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school or a special stage. Wynn and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after the other. Neither of us has an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us excelled in victory or rage in defeat. The battle with Rena itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched.
あの時さ、クラス全体の部活の日、水鉄砲で一騎打ちした時さ、思わなかったか？
実は私も思ってた。
もう一回こんな戦いをしてみたいって。
As we fought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have fought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone fought the same thing. We wanted to join them.
あの時も同じだった。水鉄砲だったけど、やることは同じだった。
あの時より面白いぜ。今度は水の残量なんか気にしなくていいんだからよ。
水鉄砲じゃ火花も出ないしね。
I haven't taken a drink of my fucking drink in 30 minutes, but I...
打ち合うこの感覚もないもんな。
We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other.
あの時も多分言ったセリフだが、あえてもう一度言うぜ。
じゃあレナもあの時と同じセリフで返そうかな。
We both smiled wickedly in the same moment.
やり合うのが楽しくてならねえぜ。決着がつくことすら興ざめするくらいにな。
負けても恨まないでね。
ああ、恨まない。この勝負を終わらせた自分の不甲斐なさを恨んでやるぜ。だがそいつを恨むのはどうやらレナの方になりそうだな。
どうかな。ケイチ君、足が藁だよ。
くそったれー。おりゃ
Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched, and neither of us had hit the other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with a beautiful moon as the backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. This battle was absurd and absolutely impossible.
ケイチさん、なるべく屋根の中央を維持するんですのよ。わずかの高みを生かすんですわ。
Sadako and some of her classmates cheered Ketchion, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. The club activity is a club activity and the game is a game. This was just a second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering, she was just looking up at the rooftop.
こんなの見たことない。
Rika thought to herself. She thought Ketchi could win. Not just against Wena. Rika thought Ketchi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedy that had no exit.
狙撃犯は何をしてるのかね。
Fuck your bad endings. Fuck your tragedies.
人質に危害を加えようとしているのだぞ。直ちに射殺したまえ。
As Otaka yelled into the radio, Mion screamed for him to stop.
違うよ。レナを撃たないで。レナはもう違う。さっきまでのおかしいレナじゃない。あのレナは違う。だから撃たないで。
違うとはどういう意味かね。見たまえ。現に狂気を振りかざしているじゃないか。明らかな殺意だ。射殺しないと人質が危ないのだよ。
とにかく違う。レナを撃っちゃいけない。もしもレナを撃ったらケイちゃんはあんたを殺すよ。間違いなく。 断言できる。
どうして私をなのかね。
あの二人は殺し合いをしてるんじゃない。ただ打ち合って火花を飛ばして遊んでるだけなんだよ。見てわかるでしょ。そしてケイちゃんは語りかけてる。自分がレナと対等なことを。対等というのは一番信頼できるということ。ケイちゃんはレナの目を覚ませる。いや、もう覚ましつつあるんだよ。レナの悪い夢はもう終わりつつあるんだ。
ケイイチ君はやっぱり最高だよ。君だけは殺したくない。君がいない世界はさぞや退屈だろうと思うよ。
へっ、なんだか照れるお言葉痛み入るぜ。んでどうするんだその世界とやらは。宇宙人の侵略があって大変じゃねえのかよ。
宇宙人なんて寄生虫なんてなんだかどうでもいいような気がしてくるよ。世界が滅ぶならいつでも好きな時に滅べばいいし、御三家の陰謀なんて知ったことか。
ああそうさ。たとえ明日隕石がぶつかって地球が砕けるとしたって
Live in the fucking
今この
moment.
瞬間より楽しいことなんて他にあるもんか。
ち、それにお前毒を盛られてて今夜で死んじまうんじゃねえのかよ。余命の短いやつがピンピンしやがって。
そうだったね。すっかり忘れてたよ。私は今夜中に首をかきむしって死んでしまうんだったっけ。
なんだよ自分で作った設定だろ。忘れるんじゃねえや。ほれたまには首をボリボリかきやがれ。分かってるよ。もう痒くなんかねえんだろ。そりゃそうさ。首を引っかくより
私たちはもっと楽しいことをしているんだもの。
I wish it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if a single breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gun fight. Back then it had been declared a draw.
今回はどうなるだろうね。
さてな、一つ言えることがある。
え？
最高に楽しかったぜ。
I jumped backwards and swept the roof of my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned, and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air.
じゃあ一度間合いを開こうじゃねえか。
そうだね。次の一撃で今度こそ決着をつけよう。
We started to move slowly, increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon.
じゃあ最後の最後だ。もう一回確認するぜ。
なんだっけ。
What is this music?
おいおい、この戦いはお互いかけてるものがあったのか。お前そのために戦ってたんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったっけ。ごめん、忘れちゃってた。
ち、仕方ねえやつだな。確認するぜ。まずは俺が勝った場合だ。俺の専属メイトになってご奉仕三昧の前にした。人前ではこれが私のご主人様ですってちゃんと紹介するんだぞ。
可愛い服じゃないと嫌だよ。
そこは任せろ。監督の完全監修のもと、古式ゆかしいオールドスタイルからちょっとドキドキな改造メイド服までいろいろと取り揃える。もちろん特注でレナにぴったりとフィットするサイズなんだ。すごいだろ。
すごいすごい。負ける気はさらさらないけど、なんだか楽しそう。
次はレナが勝った場合だ。
I paused for a moment.
レナが勝ったなら俺はレナの話を信じる。
When was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped from her face.
宇宙人が地球侵略に来ていて、俺たちの頭の中には寄生虫が入ってる。そしてそれを園崎家が暗躍してて秘密研究をしてて、世界は明日から宇宙人に支配されるって話を信じてやる。あとお前は毒で今夜死んじまうんだよな。最後はちゃんと見とってやるから安心しろ。
なんだか私が勝ってもつまんないね。ケイチ君が勝った方のご褒美の方が楽しそうだよ。
仕方ねえだろ。お前そういう話だからわざわざ学校を乗っ取ったんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったんだっけね。ごめん、忘れそうになってたよ。
Wena smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face too.
俺は何しろレナのメイドさんがかかってるんだからよ。意地でも勝ちに行くぜ。
ブーブー、レナが勝っても面白くないよ。
なんだよ。じゃあ今から帰るか。レナが勝ったらどうするよ。
Finally, Wena smiled happily again. The breeze dried her sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Wena spoke.
私もケイチ君と同じご褒美がいいな。
なんだよそれ。俺がメイドかよ。どぎついな。
別にメイドさんじゃなくていいよ。でも他は同じ。朝は私におはようって言って、夜は私におやすみって言ってほしい。いっぱい私に優しくしてほしい。いっぱい私を楽しくさせてほしい。あれこれじゃ私が勝ってもケイチ君が勝っても私たちずっと一緒なんだよね。
一緒ではあるが待遇にえらい違いがあるけどな。
どうしてこんなにも大好きなケイチ君と私はこんなことをしてるんだろう。
さーてな、どうして俺たちは屋根の上になんかいるんだ。何しに俺たちはここへ登ったんだっけ。
どうしてだったっけ。忘れちゃったよ。
バカと煙は上へ登るってやつだろ。じゃあ俺たちは二人とも大バカだな。
バカ仲間だね。
仲間だな。じゃあそろそろ行こうじゃないか。せっかくの体がクールダウンしちまう。
そうだね。体が冷めちゃわないうちに決着をつけよ
We readied our weapons and took our stances.
う。私ね、やっぱりやめないってそう言おうと思った。
I shook my head slowly.
ダメだ。決着は必要なんだ。じゃないと終わらない。せっかくの俺とお前の戦いが終われない。うやむやじゃダメなんだ。綺麗に終わらないとダメなんだ。
こんなのおかしい。ひょっとしたらどっちが勝っても負けてもご褒美がなしになるかもしれない。
その時も恨みっこはなしだぜ。だから先に言っとく。
何？
楽しかったぜ。
私もだよ。
レナ、仮に俺たちのどちらかが死のうと、俺たちは絶対にまた会えるから。だからまた会えたなら
今度は普通に遊んで、普通に笑い合って、普通に恋をしよう。絶対に互いを疑わない。互いを絶対に信じ合う。だから絶対に会えるよね。絶対だよね。
ああ、絶対だ。
Tears appeared in one of his eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too.
じゃあ行くぜ。
There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. When a shadow hit my metal bat violently, as a result I let go of it. The metal bat bounced once on the roof and rolled down to the schoolyard. I had lost my weapon. Here was Wenna's chance. Of course she wouldn't miss it. I was lying flat on the roof, and Wenna got on top of me. Wenna's knees were holding down my arms, and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided in two. The shadow of Wenna's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end.
やるな。腕が抜けねえや。
ねえ、ケイチ君。もう決着ついたんだよね。
おいおい、まだついてねえだろ。そいつを振り下ろすまではまだつかないぜ。
嫌だ。
うん？
嫌だよ。嫌だ。
Wenna's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんだろう。どこで変になっちゃったんだろう。私はみんなを大好きで、みんなを信じていたはずなのに、どこで信じられなくなってしまったんだろう。どうしてケイチ君にナタを振り上げているのかわかんない。どうして私はこんなにも大好きな仲間たちにこんなにも恐ろしいことをしてしまったんだろう。
お前、そうか、気づいたのか。この世界で気づけたのかよ。
自分で自分が信じられないよ。こんなにもあんなにも楽しい日々だったのに、どうして私は何の不満もなかったし、何の不安もなかったのに、どうして自分で壊してしまうような真似を。
レナ、お前はやっぱりすげえよ。
After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong. So I left a note and called Oshi-san. I still believe that someone else was at fault. Until... even after I was dead. I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize that it was a sin.
だからレナはすごいんだよ。仲間を一人も殺さなかった。お前は罪を犯す前にさすがだよレナ、さすがだよ。俺とは違うんだ。
Lena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet.
仲間を傷つけたよ。みーちゃんにひどいことをした。
後で謝っとけ。俺的には当分の間姉妹の入れ替わりを見抜けてちょうどいい傷跡だと思ってるぞ。
それに殺しちゃってるもんね。
ん？誰も殺してないだろ。誰を殺したよ。
マミやリナと北条哲平。
ああ、あいつらか。
あの二人を殺すことは正しいことだと思ってた。でもあの二人を殺した日からもう世界はおかしくなっていたと思う。だということはあの二人を殺すのは正しいことじゃなかったのかな。
正しいかどうかは知らんが最善手じゃなかったことは確かだな。
最善手って？
そんなこともわからないのかよ。
I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then.
何かやばかったり疑いそうになったり辛いことがあったりした時はな。
It was so simple.
仲間に相談するんだよ。
そうだよね。そうだよね。
Lena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she could talk to her friends about it?
私が間違ってた。どうして話さなかったんだろう。なんで私はみんなを信じてるのに信じてなかったんだろう。
俺もかつてそうだった。だから俺は笑わねえぞ。でも気づけたならいいんだ。しかもレナは俺なんかよりずっと早く気づけたじゃねえか。
We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy and why we can endure anything together.
じゃあレナ、幕の降りた舞台だけどさ、カーテンコールに答えようじゃないか。これで全部おしまいだぜ。
カーテンコールって何かな。
まあまあ、俺の独り言だ。最後だけ付き合ってくれよ。
We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory.
これで今宵はおしまいだぜ。俺たちは惨劇に打ち勝った。もう俺たちは互いを疑わない。だからいつまでも結束している。だからどんな惨劇が訪れようとも二度と屈すると思うんじゃねえ。悲劇など知るか、惨劇など知るか。悪魔どもが喜ぶ脚本が今後どれだけやってこようとも、俺たちが全部ぶち壊してやるぜ。
Holy shit! Dude! What the fuck? I holy shit! We got an ending. We got a good fucking ending. Not a bittersweet one, a fucking good ending. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is 3 fucking hours long. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude. Dude, what? Oh my god, what is this chapter? What is this fucking oh. She disarmed and surrendered to the police on 9/10 and was subscribed to West when she was taken to the Yokohama police station in question. She admitted to the outline given above. There has been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect in the crime. Subjecting her to psychological examination and prosecution determined the suspect fully accountable for her actions. The offense is in direct opposition to us, and is submitted to our psychological exam. Whoever denies the suspect's accountability, trial is occurring in session. How? How is this? I need to talk after this. I know this is already 3 hours long, but I don't even give a shit. I don't even give a shit about the time. I don't care. I'm not going to cut this into parts either. Because, like, this is one fucking big video, dude. Because, god damn, is this fantastic. Dude, I was so engrossed in it. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. I can see why people call this, like peak Higurashi.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's jump mode, you might play, yeah, okay. Tips, yeah. Staff room, yeah, okay. There's a new tip, okay, the demon script, okay. Hey, you know what, before I talk about my thoughts, the curtain call. Fucking, okay, before, do anything else. Unless there's an extra scene. Is there an extra scene? There, no, this is the intro. Alright, before I go on a huge fucking tangent, let me check out this tip and the staff room thing. Alright, let me do that. I'm going to check out the staff room real quick before the demon script. Alright, staff room. Hello, my name is Ryokushi07. I hope you enjoyed playing Higurashi When They Cry Ho, Chapter 6, Sumo Huoboshi. There are several themes I wanted to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial of murder. This is something I had to write sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stress, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. Let's say you're bullied by a kid at school. You have two ways to solve this problem. You choose either to get rid of the kid from your current environment, or to get away from the environment itself. Usually, bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance of wanting to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. And you come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you have actually committed murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well, too. But you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill them. So if a determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such strong determination, there have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You could talk to your friends. If that doesn't work, you could talk to your family. If that doesn't work, you could talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. If you have the determination to give up on your life by committing murder, there have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places you can go for help. The people who will answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you that they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People who think it's useless to talk to others usually haven't really talked to anyone. Have the courage to call. It will be someone you can completely rely on at the other end of the line. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Higurashi 07 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. So Higurashi 07 wants to talk to you all, rather than worrying all by himself. How can I write even more entertaining stories? Bitter Wrath. 7. Higurashi 07. I mean, yeah. Shit, I feel like that's truer than... Unfortunately, it's truer than, like, any other time. Even when this chapter was... Unfortunately, which is sad to say. Just, you know, talk to people. Talk, you know. It feels like such a, you know, simple solution, you know. Just... fucking communicate. Talk. God damn it. You know, and people feel like they, you know, some people feel like I can't talk about it. Nobody would understand. Just, it's, God, that's so interesting. Anyway, one more thing before this hits for 4 hours. All right. The Demon Script. What is this about? The car began to watter as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sound of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool if the air conditioning turned to max and listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of year. But this summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day, 20 years ago.
ここはやっぱり空気のいいところだよな。
赤坂？
ええ。風光明媚ないい土地です。ひょっとしたら隣の村みたいに 世界文化遺産に指定されることもあったかもしれないのに、惜しいですね。
そのおかげで観光客がいない。実に快適じゃないか。どうして旅行者ってのは田舎じゃ交通法規を忘れられるんだ。道路いっぱいに横になりやがって。
Why is he with a military official?
赤坂先輩はアウトドア今も？
最近はさっぱりだな。何しろ暇のない家業だからな。
それはお互い様です。おー、いたいた。あやな。
The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man.
小隊長殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
Captain.
おう、今のとこはどうだ？元気にやってるか？今日は楽にしてくれていいぞ。こちらは俺が大学時代に大変お世話になった赤坂先輩だ。
どうも、赤坂です。今日はもう一人大石という者とご一緒するお約束でしたが、直前に検査入院が入ってしまいまして同行できませんでした。この度はお世話になりますが、よろしく。
よろしくお願いします。
さて、赤坂先輩、どこから回りますか？
His name was Marumu Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built, muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Himizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division of the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Himizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inukai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Oshi, in Rika Furude. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Akasaka regretted it for the rest of his life that he couldn't save that little girl from her fate. He solved the news of the great Himizawa disaster on TV and battle began with Oshi. Okay, so this is continuing off from the end of chapter 4. Why the fuck is this in chapter 6? They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Himizawa. Unfortunately, Himizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Oshi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they'd gathered, and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently the seal of Himizawa had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Himizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oshi's poor health. In fact, Oshi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. Damn. So past 20 years they've been writing about it, damn. The other two came along were Akasaka's juniors from the university. One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Himizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know his first destination.
では、鬼ヶ淵沼をお願いします。
了解いたしました。それではご案内いたします。
The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to a swamp. Turns out this is actually a 2-hour tip. Fuck it. Oh god, this is going to be 4 hours. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onkafuchi Swamp looked like now.
沼どころか水たまりもないな。
大災害後のだいぶ初期に埋め立てられたと聞いています。自分がここへ着任した時はすでに埋め立てられていました。
ちょっと降りてみよ
う。Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest.
なるほど。これがネットでよく言う UFO の着陸場というやつか。
そんなことを言われてるんですか？
ここの写真がよくミステリー系のサイトに紹介されてるよ。ここで政府と宇宙人が交流してたって言うんだ。確かにこんな森の中にポカンとこんなコンクリートの空き地があれば不審に思うよな。
Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Himizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete.
ネットで騒いでる連中にも連中なりの根拠があるらしい。地質学的に言ってガスの発生源を塞ぐために沼をコンクリートで固めるなんてのは何の意味もないかららしいんだ。
なるほど。確かに活火山の火口をコンクリートで埋めたという話は聞かないですね。でもまあ税金での無駄な工事は我が国の伝統ですから。
Anyway, people who love things like supernatural phenomenon and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Himizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Wake Neos in Cameroon, Africa, so people easily... That did happen! Oh my... I watched a video about the fucking natural disaster that happened in Cameroon, Africa. Yeah, it was a whole big mystery of like the entire village was died in one night and nobody could figure out what it was, and it turned out it was actually volcanic gas. Why the fuck didn't I why the fuck wasn't I reminded of that in chapter 3? I have no idea, but I remember watching a video about that. I fucking remember that. So people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that was what happened in Himizawa as well. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around on the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Why had such a rumor began to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck since then because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or from where they obtained those documents, but they posted scans and pictures, which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truth and lies were all mixed together, and has become more like an urban legend. So this is what it's believed to be mostly true. File number 34 was a notebook run by a nurse named Miyo Takano who worked at a local clinic in Himizawa. File number 34 was most likely named after her. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth of Himizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Himizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed at Himizawa a long time ago and sunk into Onkafuchi Swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much so that they were fit for the word demon. Mio Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about demons pouring out of the swamp. An alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthrains had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in, and he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Oshiro-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers look up to the alien as some sort of deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Himizawa's habitat, so when a carrier of the disease left Himizawa, the symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Ongofuchi. The weird practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien.
そういうののマニアな人たちはつくづくそういうのが好きですよね。ノストラダムスの大予言だって99年にはあんなに騒いだのに、7月が過ぎたら何事もなかったかのようにみんな過ごしてる。民放もあれだけ煽っておいて無責任たらありゃしない。
でも高野美代はひなみ沢大災害を予見したらしい。それは嘘じゃない。確かにこのスクラップ帳に書いてある。
Wait, huh?
そんなまさか。赤坂先輩、それ本当に？
What did she write down? As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. It still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside the villagers and maintained control of them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of the bacteria, etc., etc. Things get much stranger from there. People say that the disaster was actually part of the alien's plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the reawakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, and they trained at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. They moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, and they killed all of the residents by using toxic gas.
映画でそんなのありましたね。なんて言ったっけな。
この辺まで来ると俺もそろそろめちゃくちゃだなとは思う。ただこのめちゃくちゃを書いた高野美代は昭和58年の6月中旬、正体不明の開始を遂げる。そしてその死の直前に自らの死を悟ったかのように村の一人の少女にこのスクラップ帳を預けて意志を託したというんだ。
Really? That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Wenawagu, so now it's known as the Wenawagu theory on the internet. Wenawagu inherited Mio Takano's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against a planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the alien's plot. Of course, no one believed her, and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Wenawagu took Mio Takano's delusions seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Wenawagu told local police that the alien was controlling the three families and it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. And the very next day, the Great Himizawa disaster occurred?
まさかそりゃ偶然じゃないんですか。
Okay. Alright.
わからない。偶然ではないと思う連中に言わせると、その後の自衛隊による封鎖はおかしなことだらけらしい。例えば、この沼の埋め立てが一例だ。そして埋め立てる前に明らかに通常の地質調査とは異なる秘密の調査を行っていたとされていて、当時 ここの封鎖に関わっていた自衛隊員たちがそれを何人も証言している。否定派はそれを単にガスの発生地なので危険に備えて立ち入りを制限していただけだと主張するんだがね。
それは多分否定派の言うのが正しいんじゃないかと思いますね。
他にも異常に長かった封鎖期間も疑惑の目が向けられている。近年に起こった離島の火山ガス災害の例を見てもわかるように 4,5 年で立ち入り禁止を解いている。稲見沢のケースは例外中の例外のケースのはずなのに封鎖は極めて長期に及んだ。
あのケースは島民が祈祷を強く希望したからと聞いています。稲見沢には帰る人がそもそもいないんだから十分安全が確認できるまでたっぷり期間を置いただけなのでは。
あとこんな話もあるぞ。稲見沢を封鎖していた自衛隊員たちは定期的に血を抜かれての厳密な検査を受けていたといい、何らかの結果によって自他ともに理解できない理由で任務を解かれることがあったという。それは実は細菌感染の陽性反応を見るもので、自衛隊員たちをとどまらせることによる何らかの人体実験だったとささやかれているらしい。
それはやはりガスが湧き出す危険性があっただけに健康管理には気を使ったということでしょう。それに普通のサラリーマンだって年に一度は健康診断を受け、その時に血を抜かれてるはずです。
I mean, but why would they send them away?
まあ君の言うことももっともだと思う。あともっと面白い話もあるぞ。稲見沢大災害時に火山ガスは発生していないと主張する連中がいる。
火山ガスは発生していない？どういう意味ですか？
つまりもともと火山ガスなんか噴出してなくて、ガス災害というのが政府の嘘であると主張しているらしい。ほら、洋画の人類と UFO がコンタクトする作品でも同じ設定だったじゃないか。
What if chapter 4 is the real timeline? The main timeline, right? Because we now have two events that happened in previous chapters. One, the disaster from chapter 3, and now Rena holding the school hostage that, just happened. So, if this is the main timeline, then, alright? If this is the real timeline, Rika still knows all the murders will happen. She got that information from somewhere. And she got it from a different source that she refers to herself, refers to this other entity as like a part of herself. But like...
それこそミステリーマニアのこじつけだと思いますね。で、その連中は何を根拠に火山ガスが発生しなかったと言っているんです？
封鎖解除後、ミステリーマニアがドットを押し寄せて UFO 説を補強するためにいろいろ調べたらしい。で、連中の主張はこうだ。政府発表の火山ガス成分によるならば、硫化水素によって金属が腐食されたり、自然体系に大きなダメージが残るはずだ。にもかかわらず、稲見沢にはそういう痕跡が残っておらず、よって火山ガスが噴出したとは到底思えないとかなんとか言ってる。もっともあれから20年も放置された村なんだ。そんな痕跡を発見できたかどうかは疑わしいな。
やはりつくづくインターネットというのは信用できませんね。で、まさか赤坂先輩はその怪しげな話を信じてるわけですか？
最初は信じなかったが、最近は俺もわからない。何割かは真実が含まれているかもしれないと思うようになっている。
I mean, it is a bit suspicious to cover the entire swamp.
赤坂先輩ともあろうお方が UFO 話を信じるんですか？
このスクラップ帳、これが本物の34号文書だとしたら、昭和58年6月25日にひなみ沢営林署に人質を取って籠城した竜宮レイナが所持していた正真正銘本物の34号文書だ。ひなみ沢大災害の混乱で長いこと行方不明だったが、近年大石さんの古い友人が県警の保存庫で発見したらしい。
Back then, Oshi thought Voidlego was delusional, but after reading this again after the Great Himisawa disaster, some of the contents seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Himisawa was responsible for the curse of Oshiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes existed, so it still remains at a theoretical level.
大石さんの仮説なんだが、御三家が過去の信仰心を村に取り戻すために大昔の毒性の強い病原体を研究していたのは本当じゃないかって言うんだ。ひなみ沢大災害は実はその結果の失敗じゃないかってな。
This theory is also based on the theories and myths he found on the internet. The village clinic chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Himisawa disaster, committed suicide, yeah. A girl, Rika Furude, was brutally murdered on the night Renarigu took the school hostage. So she was still killed. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic, and Dr. Ire could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oshiro-sama's revival. However, their experiment was wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic in the villagers, they became a killer virus, and they exterminated the entire village in one night.
ただのガス災害じゃないことは明白なんだ。ガスが湧く直前に一人の少女が最近テロを予告し、数人の村人が開始を遂げている。それをスクラップ帳にまとめた高野美代本人も含めてね。あれを偶然の予見不可能な災害だとするにはどうも腑に落ちない要素が少なくない。この34号文書を読めばそれらは明らかにはっきりしてくる。
じゃあひなみ沢大災害は自然災害ではなく最近テロ。
In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created a nerve gas, Sarwin, and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. Yep. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds.
その後の自衛隊の長い封鎖は、その殺人ウイルスを調査するためではないかと囁かれているんだが、すっきりしないな。
UFO に乗った宇宙人がって話よりはカルト集団がって方が近年は信憑性がありますからね。
本当に UFO が墜落した可能性もあるかもしれないな。竜宮レイナが人質籠城時に出した要求の筆頭は、鬼ヶ淵沼の底には墜落した UFO の残骸があるから引き上げろというものだったらしい。
バカバカしい。
それがバカバカしいか調べたくても見ろ。沼はコンクリートで数メートルの厚さで固められ、確かめる術もない。地質学的にはガスを防ぐ効果は何も期待できないはずのバカバカしい工事によってだ。
Now I'm thinking back to it. Rika, when she helped Kechi out from Rana, said this time you can get away. I wonder if this is the timeline that happened and Kechi failed. because you failed to get the timer.
赤坂先輩がそれを立証するには、あとはここの住民の生き残りを見つけて、体内からその特殊な病原体ってやつを見つけ出すほかないんじゃないですか。
それも致命的だ。ひなみ沢大災害後のひなみ沢出身者に対する魔女狩りのせいで、今や出身者の存在は不明だ。彼らは名乗りなどあげまい。
Right after the disaster, some people who were from Himizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying in a mysterious way, committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Himizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since.
じゃあお手上げじゃないですか。
それでも諦めないのが刑事魂ってもんだよ。あれが自然災害じゃなかったっていう状況証拠はいくらでもあるんだ。何か一つの具体的証拠が見つかれば、芋づる式に全てを白日のもとにさらせるかもしれない。
There's just so many goddamn pieces at work here, and I don't know what to think.
まあ、あれから20年経過してますからね。真相はあまりに遠い闇の中かもしれません。
そうだな。21世紀の今頃になってここを訪れても何も分かりはしないのかもな。
What happened in Himizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was that Mio Takano mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believe that a little girl, Rika Furude, was a reincarnation of Oshua-sama, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind this scrapbook? Wouldn't we feel a huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusion written by an occult maniac? If the contents of this scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of this scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain actions in the short term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, and to act upon it as if it was his or her own idea. It's a form of character alternation, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Rena Ryu became a puppet of file number 34. So does that mean Rena Ryu was mind-controlled by someone? Does that mean that the cult that mind-controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not, I sometimes make me feel that someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. This scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for demons who laugh at that loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it! What the hell happened in Himizawa in June 1983? God damn, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, 4 hours. We're at 4 fucking hours, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, what is this chapter? What the fuck is happening? God damn it. Script. They keep... My mind... They keep saying script. They keep saying script. And I keep coming back to the damn director. Even though we know it's false. I know that. But director. Like a writer. A director. What? I don't know what's happening. I don't know. But this holy shit, this chapter was fantastic. That ending was fantastic. It was finally a good ending, and it felt very meta as well, about how Kechi said that Rena was now the main protagonist and that he wanted the wool back from her. This chapter was very meta in that sense. It was the viewer looking at their past self, pretty much, and realizing their mistake, their sin, quote unquote. And by God, was it beautiful. Like, this chapter is up there. I mean, for God's sake, every chapter is up there in the fucking echelons of just like S, fucking S class in terms of writing. But this particular chapter is so goddamn good, dude. What the fuck? It's so good. Okay, I'm sorry for the fucking 4-hour video, guys, but I think this is the time we're gonna end it. If you guys enjoyed this type of content, hit that subscribe button. If you liked it, hit the like button. Want to tell me something, put it down in the comments below. Want to check out the Discord server, or my Twitter, check the description below. And yeah, this has been Voidlego. I'll see you guys next time. See ya!